microphone is on. Hello everyone, welcome to a bit of a preliminary eyeball view. The stream is intended to go out at around 9 for real, but since I didn't have Dennis to supervise me, I figured we'd take a little bit of a initial view of how people are doing and what we'll be seeing from the start and all the chaos when everyone is running to their own separate corners of the world. So as for introduction, hello and welcome to a unique Friday where we're doing a bit of a custom event. As the title has been seen, we're doing a speedrun. It just went online and will be progressing until they either shoot down the meteor or until the meteor blows everyone up at the end of Sunday. Yeah, it'll be fun. I think it's gonna be interesting insight into how people are really nutting for optimization and kind of ballsing into do as well as they can on the time they have. And I think we're just kind of in for the ride, and switch over to do some overview map here while they're trying to sort out who is going where and what to do. Sure that I have all the chats here. Yeah, so it's a bit as I mentioned, the stream was originally intended to go out at 9, and I think we'll probably still keep going on and off a little bit during this event. But I just wanted to kind of sneak in and make sure that everything is working. We've had some technical difficulties on my end dealing with Twitch previously, so I'm hoping the quality is working out and everyone can hear me all right as well. My view distance, we'll bump that up. I think we'll keep pretty wide bird's eye view on the minimap. As we're kind of skulking around and just tracking people as they're pulling into their specific jobs and getting some organization here. And during the course of this, I'll go over a little bit of the different elements people are using and why they're being focused in certain areas or what they're doing. Hopefully getting a bunch of questions as well. I think we'll just kind of starting out a bit casual and taking it a bit easy, and then we'll just go in a bit more on detailing and some pure technical things as belong. Need to ensure that I ping people accordingly. There we go. We're starting off in a little bit of a foggy afternoon setting here. Hoping this fog kind of calms down a little bit. We can get some a bit better visual. They hide some stuff. Well, making sure we're getting into it. Oh yeah, true. That is true. We can on layers, and then we go through property, and we can do that as well. I'm presuming that we're not gonna see a whole lot of bouncing in between, you know, stores and economy and all of those things, because I think most of this has been pretty pre-configured in regards to just certain people are doing certain jobs and they're just providing it in set amount of stockpiles or set amount of tests. I don't think we're gonna see much about civics or general conflicts. I think it's gonna be a pretty intense whack-a-mole for resources and just making sure that the resources are spent on the correct, in the correct order and priority for some of these things. As you can see here, we're seeing some campsites that chopping some wood. I need to keep my HUD up to be able to keep. Got a couple of people that have translocated over to the desert and the jungle area, which is a nice mishmash of good solid iron resources coupled with a lot of food potential, which probably brings us to one of the biggest environmental and impacting changes that you'll see in 10. Hello Zach, how are you? We've got a lot of crops, and I'm foreseeing that they'll probably keep running quite a substantial amount, and not even sure that they're gonna need to do any real farming at all either for this speedrun, because it's just so just a large superfluous amount of food all over the place, which is going to dramatically change the gameplay. A nice green open landscapes here with some grassland. Head over up to the desert area to give us a feel give us a feel and see how we're doing up there. Close this. No. Let's go. We'll fly up here and just easy fly into the void. I'll get some desert view here. And we can see a clear disparity here with there's a lot of agave leaf fruits and there's a lot of trees in the desert. But volumetric wise, it's not. Oh, letting the whole thing load down. I was about to say it doesn't really look like it's that big of a desert, but it is. And we have a whole work crew here that is just going at it for the food supply here. We can see they're stacking up campfires. And I'm presuming we're taking a look at the skills set up so far. We've got 4 people immediately picked the gathering that are going to be super helpful throughout this gameplay. And they just keep churning out campfires. Yeah. If we're taking a look at the as you can see, they have the properties, but they've set everyone as access on them as well. So just making sure that everyone can grab the food that is available, and they just keep focusing on making sure that they have a food supply to cover everything. So what is going to be interesting is to see the balance in between spending time building infrastructure towards the logistics. This is on the latest stable, so this is 9.7.13. As for Mr. Bess, we'll have 10 playtest is coming out as soon as it can. We've run into some minor issues and some major issues in regards to some of the community updates. So we have some weird physics bugs that we're trying to resolve, that have been proven a bit of a frustration to deal with. So everyone is working really hard to just make sure that that gets out as quickly as possible. But we, at the same time, we also want to make sure that it's stable enough to be properly played on once it reaches playtest as well. How many campfires do we have here? We have 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. If we're gonna see another 10 campfires or something. I think there should be a workstation limit per character. Mass production kills the economy of most servers. Well, yeah, I'd agree with the sentiment that more workstations tend to reduce the amount of people needed in a certain profession. But at the same time, it gets kind of messy very quickly, because then you have, it turns into the bigger the group, the higher the benefit or the higher the advantage, as is right now with professions. That then gets transferred over to workstations as well. So it is something that we've looked at, but it's also a very niche and risky kind of sledgehammer approach to reducing it, because, you know, we still want people that doesn't have the profession to be able to place a workstation, because we want them to be able to use like work orders or work parties. So they still need to be able to place, say, an electronic bench. And then you have, if the workbenches are limited to a set of players, then suddenly that group of 8 people are going to be able to place 8 times the amount of workbenches that you have, even if they only have one guy in their group doing that profession. And in that regards, the limiting factor is the input ingredient volume. For a group, they might be able to utilize it with, you know, a certain amount of people that are doing a whole bunch of mining or a whole bunch of smelting, and just chunk through blast furnaces and do all kinds of stockpile worth of materials in one go. But then the solo guy could potentially do it as well if he's buying the resources from multiple people. And therein lies kind of the crux of it, where it's difficult to superimpose certain restrictions because it has so much of a nested, complex involvement in different areas. So we do try to get resource costs and time production tweaked around to make sure that they work around it and make sure that it doesn't break too much. But at the same time, we also want to have enough restrictions for alleviating a bit of that group versus single player dynamics. And crafting in general is something that we are taking a closer look at, both in terms of the UI. We want to introduce things like garbage in a more cohesive manner, so like spill material when you're crafting different objects and items, so you'll have more of a recycling garbage loop. That'll make it a little bit more complicated. And we're also looking at potential different skill types and skill trees and all kinds of manner of nested intrinsic possible solutions to some of those issues, with just, you know, one guy placing a bench, one guy doing crafting versus 20 workbenches, and he can produce enough to sustain a whole server. We're taking a look here. We've got some, I think they're designating certain claim areas to be more larger claims. We've got some very interesting claiming going on here. I believe there is a plan to the madness here. But it is... What the plan is here is beyond me. And now, it should also be noted that this is a public server, so if you have random people that are joining in and aren't really super stacked to just join the fight and build it as a community and kind of go nuts on it, that's perfectly fine as well. God dang, this really reminds me of a tale in the desert level cooperation for pyramid building, especially the massive cooking production to keep people fed so they can push the huge quarried stone. Yeah, it really does. And I think they have a pretty high level. I saw a spreadsheet with some Excel stuff. With different professions and who's covering what, and there were even talks about who is playing what hours and so on and so forth. So there's some of the guys here have a pretty high top-down organization approach to this. When is that rock? Hoping to catch it here. Let's see. Yeah, I'll be streaming here for quite a bit, and then I'll probably take an intermission and a little bit of a break, and then we'll do a continued run at the pre-designated stream time as well, just to kind of get my head wrapped into 9.7.13 as well. I've been working on 10 for a substantial amount of time, so my balance headspace is kind of... I've moved away from this, and I'm already sort of planning ahead and thinking about like post 10 things. So this is quite good just to get a better grasp on what people are doing, in what fashion they're doing it, at the speed they're doing it is also quite a fundamental factor in it. Hello, Penguin. Post 10 things in general. I'm avoiding that specific vehicle. Not. We have so many other things that are fairly critical in terms of what we want to fix. And I think you are gonna love the things that are being fixed in favor of said vehicle, but we'll go into those once we are more closer into 10. In terms of what's available. This one, and we've got that. I completely forgot. I was gonna grab some. Am I using this? I'm using that. Making sure that I'm doing something I shouldn't be doing. So we've got the we've got that one there, and we got the screen share, and the video feed is coming from my game capture. That's fine. So if I do this and that, we're good. Yeah. Just making sure I don't show any documents or images that I shouldn't be showing you just yet. What about the meteor? Yeah, now we got some daylight coming in here. This is the first dawn from a client side. looking at this. Wonder if we kill off some of the property there. We can scroll in here a bit and that natural thing. I believe what we're seeing here is the first run for some research tables. Here we have the food tributary. This is quite a productive effort. Yeah, so this server is running a complete full vanilla hard collaboration gameplay, so they'll have a little bit tougher in terms of gaining specialty experience. I don't think we're gonna see a lot of housing in general outside of the specific professions that really need to kind of advance quickly. So I think people might be switching out housing and residentials depending on who's leveling what profession, especially for the higher ones with mechanic going into industry and then just general for progression. I am seeing a lot of people just idling around and just chilling. Is that because we're waiting for food? Oh, look at this. So much delicious crops. I believe that's because we do not have enough campfires that are making the food. So they got a lot of raw ingredients. And we are seeing some salads being popped in here. So they are definitely making progress, and there is some food available, but I'm not entirely sure if we have a lot of yeah, and I forgot to not run it in QA mode, so we're getting a lot of other garbage in the chat there. I'll go over, I think tomorrow we'll probably see some more power stuff being used, so I'll go over some of the power changes that we have in planned and in stored for that. But I do have something I can sneak in here a little bit. I know the grassland guys, I have been starting to got hunting. Got some non-specific ones. I believe we have a lot of hunters in the grassland. And then we got a little bit of an outpost down here. I believe this is another pair of guys that are grouped up. None of them seems to be... We got one miner there. None of the rest have a profession yet, so... It's gonna be interesting to see how they're gonna challenge themselves and kind of switch in who's doing what. We have one chef so far. 2 loggers. We've advanced up to level 2 in gathering. So that will help a bit with food. Some miners, some hunting. And the rest is as is. I don't believe we have any research tables up yet. Or do we have one in here? Yes. Look at that. Go in here. And we can see that we have an initial start with masonry. And as I said, this is running full vanilla, so this will be running books, and I'm presuming that they're gonna share all the books and just spit out a lot of the tech, and then people can just grab whatever they need for their specific purpose. We'll keep a close eye on the tech tree as we move along this, and see the overarching progress that is being made server-wide. But so far, so calmly. I think a lot of people are just waiting for those first 2 skill books, which is probably going to be masonry and carpentry. And then things, I think, is really gonna kick off. Looking pretty good. We have a lot of people on. Quite happy to see. Gonna be a fun run, I think. And if we do check through some of these biomes here, go through the world, and we can check out the oil fields in particular. I have a pretty... Oh yeah. Is that an oil group, perhaps? Maybe? Yeah, that's hitting one there. Pretty dense, but it's also very far away from all the other people. Got a couple of good spots here, there. Timber! So, 410, in comparison to here, I've talked a lot about just general changes. The crop availability has been something that a lot of people have been urged to road growing. Yeah. Crop availability has been something that a lot of people have been asking us to really take a look at on depth and really kind of curb the amount of wild crops. Move away from, switch back to property layers. We don't have that showing up. And for anyone that is wondering, I do have a stream that we cover almost all of the new things that are happening with the wild plants in general. Both how they're decidingly spawning, the groupings, and the rarity. But there is something that we have kind of omitted in that, because I wasn't really sure if we would manage to get it in time properly. And that is the way seeds are propagated. So when a plant grows up, and this is something that the reasoning why I'm bringing it up here is because what we're gonna likely see, at least in terms of the jungle here on the initial one down there, is that you're gonna have a big area of deforestation as people are just churning out and digging into that tree, as well as potential crops that they'll wreck when they're cutting these trees down. Getting a bit of a delayed reloading there. Here we start with a bit further south. A bit of a wetlands, that's why it was a empty patch here. So as people start to cut down trees and they start to kind of clear out areas, at the moment things are spawning based on the appropriate tiles they can find, as long as one plant of that type exists in the entire area. So it'll pick like a 2x2 square areas, and it'll go like, hey, there is corn here, and then bam, it spawns a bunch of new corn, which is why you see, even if you clear an entire area with, you know, placing down stockpiles or if you're doing admin commands and leveling out the whole area, you will often see that things spawn back extremely quickly, or they seed back extremely quickly. And that is because it used to behave in a wave-like functionality where it saw that it could spawn something, it decided that it wanted to spawn something, and then it popped out like one more or two more per plant available, so it could spawn like 20 new trees in a matter of a couple of minutes. And that's something that we kind of wanted to rework that, but it was one of those things where we don't want to disrupt it until we can really do what we want it to properly do. And with the big changes to the plants in general for 10, we figured that it was about time to do that for the seeds as well. Look at that. Beautiful birch falling to its death. So seeds will now propagate based on the growth of a plant. So there is a set range of a plant has to be X amount of time old. So for general crops, 19.2 hours. And then for trees, it is depending on the tree type. So palms are like 3 days, cigars are 3 days, oaks are 7 days for like the full growth time. And we're looking at adding and making sure that once they reach a certain age of say 60-70% of their maturation, that's when they'll start producing seeds and can spawn and send out and keep propagating to different territories. So you don't have that. You level off an entire area, you have one seed spawning of a plant, and then another seed spawns from the plant that is, just grown. Hopefully I'm making sense here. And that'll prevent plants from just like completely littering the areas very quickly, because they need to actually grow up, which also mean that if players continuously harvest these plants, they're not gonna spread because they're being pruned by the players. And that, in combination with the fact that plants are generally fewer of in the world, is gonna have a tremendous impact on things like this, where you can just go blunt force straight down. And here we have something that looks like a start of a ramp down from mineshaft. Oh yeah, look at that. We have some personal campfires here just for some close food gain. And I'm presuming that these workstations are doing... don't have access to them. They're doing dirt ramps just to get rid of all the dirt that they're digging and be able to quickly get down to iron ore and start researching some smelting. We've got research going here. How far have we gotten along here? Look at that. We've got masonry discovered. Nothing yet started on the other ones, but I am guessing that we'll see carpentry fairly quickly together with basic engineering. Mainly because mining tools and everything from the engineering side of things. Oh yeah, and we see that these campfires keep expanding, and someone clearly has a plan for how to organize these. Alpen, hello. Any plans for preventing weeds from growing on newly tilled land, as they can start spawning before you even got off the tractor? Well, part of that is sort of in there with that. So with the seed system being reworked, we can preset how long or how mature a plant has to be able to propagate. We can set how many seeds in a certain range that it randomizes. How many seeds that it's allowed to spread to. So say a tomato plant might only be able to spread to 1 tile at a time, versus a wheat that can spread to 3-4 tiles. So you can have a bit of a difference in between which crops spreads differently. And the same goes for the weeds and like any other general non-crop plants. And we can also set the amount of time for it to actually spread. So even if it finds an empty tile, it'll have this set timer of this minimum time from it grabbing that tile to actually placing something on it. Hello, Pixel Paw. See a bit of a cynic here, but yeah, I think it'll be an interesting thing. So in favor of everyone else, I bet White Cheetah will fail. It needs a lot of collaboration to get to the goal of destroying the meteor, and there's usually a lot of conflict with so many players. Still awesome to see such an event. Yeah, it's quite. It'll be quite a journey, I think. It has potential to succeed in a quite spectacular manner, and everything can go amazing. It can also go completely out into the woods and fail miserably, and everyone dies in a burning wreck of a meteor impact. Who knows? We'll see. Everyone stays the course and don't burn down the planet while doing this as well. It is on a larger world, as probably noticed. It's running on our 2.56 kilometer scale one, the one we usually have for White Tiger. So there's plenty of space, plenty of crops, resources. I am surprised to see that no one has ventured out into the wetlands to acquire some coal just to keep those, just to save on resources for the wood. I do have someone here that is... Dinosaur Dundee is making landfall in the cold or in the warm forest. As iron and steel in particular will be quite significant to get in a bulk volume. I'm presuming that they're going to build some sort of road over here, or a bridge over, and be able to kind of ferry coal out quickly to go into the blast furnaces. That is a lot of campfires. William's having the campfire cooking. Yeah, look at that. Level 3 campfire cook. And we've got one more guy doing campfire cooking as well now. We've got our first mason. And the gatherers are doing alright. They're progressing quite nicely. Carpentry's coming along as well. And someone has started to poke at the butchery as well. I'm guessing the same guy doing it. Yeah, L Forward is doing all of the research, I presume, and is in charge of researching. We're seeing doing some... I presume they would do something like a call it pop out like a distribution center once they have carpentry, just to kind of make sure that you can only pick one scroll of each type, and then they can just fill the entire thing with scrolls. That way they can just disperse the knowledge quite efficiently. Have people coming in with the resources and just dump in and sell too. But who knows? We'll see. Got here. Got... Well, generator is doing some weird things here. That's for the desert. How are we doing in the grassland? So the hunting lands. It seems like they're clearing off some trees and They seem to be a little bit on their own merry way. Guessing none of them are really in a hurry until they've unlocked butchery and can properly process meat. I don't know if there's a way of yet. White tiger icon here. And if anyone has wondered what these icons are on the users, they're representative of either rewards given to players for participating in events or helping out in different ways. We've got the bug icon Gummy Bear has, which is helping out with tracking down bugs, reporting them, and especially really tricksy ones that may not be easily reproducible. Other ways, just helping out with recordings and narrow those down. And then we got the White Tiger, which is participating in things there. I believe we have high score tracking there somewhere. As well. So there is a couple of ways to kind of acquire some custom pieces here, and then you've got the regular Strange Loop employee one with the swirly Strange Loop there. You've got some different pack purchases and all of those things. And with 10 we also have sort of an introductory where you can take selfies with your avatar and can use those as well to kind of represent your character on the tooltip when you're moving around. I think the desert crew seems to be the most cohesive ones. But we haven't seen any vehicles yet. If memory serves me right, we do have small wood carts. It seems like, are we just doing food collecting here, or people are bumping around? And but he just grabbed the one piece. That has me so confused. Or are they desperately trying to fill the forges? Or the... Oh, he repaired it. That's what he was doing. Hello, Teal. Yes, we got some selfie stuff and a lot of cool pictures and imagery for 10, as well as some crazy level of new interactability with the face tracking and the avatars that we had on the last stream, which has been a challenge to get working properly, but they are turning out quite nicely, and of course they're optional, so you don't want to use it and you'd rather not be involving in your web camera. As is, it's an opt-in feature, so you know, some people can be slightly concerned with it, but should be all good. Personally, I think it looks daunting. It's absolutely terrifying. Amazingly cool that it works. But something about the avatars running around with, you know, real facial expressions as they're trying to talk to you in game is horrifying for me. That was interesting. But I am really looking forward to seeing different people coming up with creative ways, and I bet that there's going to be a lot of fun sketch recordings and memes coming out of that as well when they can do all those things. Yeah, really cool feature that we're looking forward to seeing what people can use it for. Here we have some people that seems like they're being rummaging around here in the middle of the jungle. Yeah, here we have a big wooden house. Oh yeah, these guys are going ham on it. Presuming that this is going to be a big hewn log factory by the time this gets done. And it also seems like they are focusing on making sure that they can use as much material as possible. So this is something that from our side we have been sort of both concerned about in terms of balance and sort of, I don't know, the design on it and sort of it's the playability and what makes sense and what's logical for the players to interact with. Is this hole with holes. And on Tiger we've toggled a feature that is available on the server. It's off by default, but it is available for anyone to just flip it on. And that's to disable the ability to allow housing with these holes. Which means you would need to have, you know, windowed form of a block, or you need doors. You cannot have any kind of gaps at all for it to function as a room. And we've been eyeing flipping that switch on by default, kind of disallow things like this. I've seen some crazy builds. I've seen some crazy builds with pipes and shapes people have been using. That looks really cool, but on the other hand, it's also pretty crazy. And I think I'm just gonna quickly do gonna do a transition quickly, and I'm still here and everything, but I'm just gonna restart my client and making sure that I have QA mode disabled so we don't see all of those tooltip system functionality checks. That way we can take a look at the chat every now and then without being obscured by a lot of text. That, start up the client again. Hoping everyone is enjoying me just kind of ranting on as we go along with this. It'll be, oh yeah, we got double SLG in the channel there. Someone pointed that out as well. Yeah, the only thing that we have as customizable things on here is Nid's Toolbox, which is a superb moderator and server management package that Nid has been working really hard over the years to put together, making sure that it works and super simple. Here we go. Now we are back and apply again. Now we have our chat and we don't have a lot of miscellaneous things in between. So what you were seeing there is that we have a QA mode that we can enable from developer side, and it will sort of print events that happen. So if a client sends a tooltip request to the server, it'll ping back and it'll feed this, it'll fetch it to the client and then it'll cache it, just to assist us in just tracking down weird bugs and things, just making sure that all the communication between the client and the server works correctly for these things. But they do kind of obscure whenever you're playing normally, so sometimes I forget to turn that off. Because most of the times I'm not really needing to see chat too much in my day-to-day operations. back in there. Now we have all of the chat is neatly ordered. That fine. We're gonna try to avoid it as much as possible because yeah, as Waylon just realized, it is apparently running with the White Tiger configuration of no holes, so they had to plug them all. Fortunate side step and a bit of gap in their plan, pun intended. Heading over to the food boys. Over into the desert, where they are working on something that starting to look like a giant campfire shrine here to some food deity. We have the storage god and the fire god, then mismatching with some food output here. Looking pretty neat, but I believe they are burning quite a significant amount of logs doing this. Here we have some coal in there, so someone has found something else to burn. Teleport on the meteor plant bomb. Speaking of the meteor, I haven't... It's passed us by, I think, once or twice, but I haven't looked up at it. I wonder if we can keep a track on it and see where it's, if we can see it floating around us here in a little bit. How are we doing on technology progression now? We are looking at carpentry is discovered. They cancelled the butcheries. I guess they get reprioritized a little bit. It'll be a while before we hit the tier 2 stuff, moving out from tier 1. Oh, never mind. The butchery just updated. So we've got butchery done. We've got carpentry done. That means that they can start really doing hunting. And I believe what do we want to gamble on is the next tech gunning for. Are we looking at smelting? Or we're looking at basic engineering? I would presume basic engineering, since it's sort of a prerequisite for the smelting. Because you're not going to get far without being able to churn it to concentrate. Oh yeah, paper milling. Paper milling is the most essential skill you can have. Gotta have that paper. Jokes aside though, paper milling will actually be a lot more useful because it's one of the main ingredients to do some of the culture things. So using paper to consume as resource to make pictures and just some general ingredients, and also looking at locking actual paper crafting behind the skill itself, so you can't just unlock paper milling to make paper. You're gonna have to specialize in it. It also has a few new lights as well, so paper lights that it can craft, and it has some new craft tables, and it's getting some attention, not entirely as much as I would have liked for 10, because you can always do more. It's the one of the biggest hazards in game development is that you can always do more. There is a never-ending supply of things that you can always do. Keep improving and keep adding. But at certain points, we need to pull the plug on certain things, and paper milling unfortunately got the short end of that stick for 10. But it does get some attention with the new culture stuff, so hoping that everyone will enjoy that. And something that hasn't really been announced that I can kind of sneak in here. Is that I've talked a little bit about tailoring speculatively in the dev hangout and in some of the general discussions that we've had. And I snuck in a new crop just before I headed out. I've been away for a week. So it's not really ready yet. Anyone that has tested out staging, the staging branch in the last couple of days will have seen some white boxes that are floating around when they're moving around, and that is a new crop that's coming, and it will hugely transform tailoring and gathering and farming trifecta, as well as carpentry involvement, as I'll be doing. I'll have some initial test recipes going up for Tiger when that playtest goes live, but I can say that for the first time in Eco's gameplay, farming and gathering will have a direct requirement, as well as milling. We'll have a direct requirement of to craft housing material. So that's going to be a huge game changer, especially for these kind of speedrun builds. And I'm hoping that I can do some more intricate recipes for some of the other crafts as well, just to get it a little bit more inter-profession dependent, and less solo viable in terms of the general vanilla experience. And something that we do want to make sure is to look over a proper system where we can do different types of recipes depending on the difficulty level you're playing at. Because right now you only have sort of one set of recipe list. So if you want to craft, iron bars, you have this option. If you want to craft a tool, you have these are the ingredients, bam, that's it. But I would like to get into a position where we can do more of a dynamic recipe based on the level of collaboration or the level of difficulty that you're playing at. So if you do play a bit easier or a lower collaboration, then you'll have less dependency between the professions. But that's something that I'm kind of glancing on and checking out as we're improving our on the tech side of things. Just as we improve and kind of continue building on the architecture of the game. How are we looking here? We're seeing a lot of people, but we have a trail of people kind of going inwards further and further into the jungle here. I'm not sure what's going on here with this sort of ant trail. Are they cutting trees or are they underground? No one knows. I'm not seeing. Can we sneak down underground here somewhere? Everything's just dark. Where are these daring people flying around? There we go. Here we got some. Ooh, here we go. There's some crazy shopping going on. Got that hewn log construction here, and it seems like we're building even bigger. This is truly amazing. Just the level of collaboration and the level of sort of agreement everyone is in just making sure that everyone knows what they're doing, It seems like, at least. If that is the case, no one knows, but having this level of collaboration is just making sure that everything's just running smoothly. People are cutting down left and right center. Display object here, we got some misc things. I believe this is being pathed out as a major road, from the looks of it. So someone just started dropping down some markers. Oh yeah, here we go. We've got the carpentry central here. Yeah, I've seen we've got, that's a lot of people. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 18 people over on the Discord in one channel, and then we got the other group doing 6 people in there. So we might actually jump in there on voice, just to raid them a little bit and then let them know that they might pop in on the stream, just to kind of check in with people and what they're feeling and how they think they're going so far in a couple of hours. But so far it's looking pretty good. We're off to a rocking start here. The principal coming in to check on the class, yeah. Not really, but also not entirely. Looking pretty sweet. But you know, eco isn't, depending on what you're doing and in what progression speed you're at and how much resources you need to kind of burn through and everything, it can take a couple of minutes and it can take a while. A lot of people in different colors and different clothing, deliciously munching away at salads. And it sounds like we have a half a team doing some hunting and some fishing as well. Got someone out here in the water being despaired. Are we swimming out here, or are we just chillaxing? This meteor that's supposed to be around here somewhere. I think we gotta pick on in here. So if anyone is doubting this, we've got a meteor impact in 2 days and 23 hours when I joined up here after reconnecting. So it is getting closer. With each hour they're not harvesting those rocks and those ores, is time lost from shooting it down, and it seems like we are risking it with bends early on. Yeah, I'll sidestep here with making their way down into the mine here. Looking pretty good. Food's coming along, the wood is coming along, the research seemingly jumping along here. Yeah, see, there we go. Basic engineering almost done. Missing those hewn log papers. I wonder. We go in here. Yeah, there we research basics. We don't have Yeah, more research benches than one. Research tables. 3 research tables in the world we've got. That's the basic engineering. And that one doesn't have anything on it. And that one has basic... Ooh, we've got an overlap of basic engineering. Oh yeah, so it's the hippie hollow. That's what they're calling themselves. Got quite a show to keep going with. It's gonna be a crazy weekend, and I'll probably be doing a lot more streaming than I normally do. It's usually just do an hour or up to 2 during the Friday streams, but we'll keep going and I'll keep answering as much questions as I can for people that have them. Just... What is going on here? Got some magical construction going on. Seeing a start of some masonry tables. What are we looking for? How are you doing, Twitch? Not doing what I want you to do. Arctic Mods, hello. Will there be a White Tiger season soon? Yeah. They, soon, I think, TM is what we're going with. We're trying to get it done as soon as possible. We've got most under control. Oh, sorry. Oh god. Bit exhausted from the week that's been, so still toning it down a little bit. White Tiger season, yeah, the playtest will be pushed out as soon as it is reliably playable. So hopefully very, very soon. We've had a lot of snags and a lot of unforeseen spiderweb-like issues with the new Civic systems that weren't really anticipated. Has been quite a journey to make sure that everything's covered and all of these kind of weird edge cases being covered, like treasuries and different bank accounts and who owns the bank accounts and where they're at, different taxation rates and how the towns are intermingling with taxes and so on and so forth. So it gets very, very complicated very, very quickly, and if one thing in that line falls, then the whole thing kind of cascades and you run into very unpredictable behavior. So we're trying to make sure that we're covering as much as we can in that regard. In version 10, will rivers start at full width, or might they at some point just begin at 1 block wide? Rivers in general has the same kind of world gen as they do now, unfortunately. I'm doing some just general value tweaks for the world generation, so we'll have some slight changes compared to the state they're in now, just to make sure that they can accommodate boats a little bit more, a little bit better. But it kind of grew out of proportion from 10 in terms of sort of just complexity and just general time it takes to fix some of these things and rework them. And we already have so much things in there that we couldn't really spend another, another month to dig into and upgrade yet another system. And the unfortunate side effect of game development sort of being fluid. And I want to make sure to get as much as possible in there, but at the same time you also want to make sure that we get things completed and out to you players as well in a sort of timely fashion. So certain things just ends up having to draw the short straw. Did there come some new jobs? What you can Sarah, you mean in terms of like new types of professions and specialties? And something more for doing jobs like paper milling, because at the moment you only need it for bookshelves. Yeah, paper milling has gotten a little bit of an addition. As for new professions, you have shipwright, which is the one that crafts sort of a maritime naval version of the basic engineering. So the shipwright is crafting some of the intermediary parts for the boats and also does the assembly of them in different workstations. Paper has a little bit more use with some new lamps. Thanasis. Yeah, so paper milling has some new additional crafts that they can do. They also have some new workstations and something to kind of make them more unique than they are at the moment, just carrying a carpenter's table. So they'll be more involved in the cultural aspect of the gameplay. We got some more plans for them in the future as well, so more coming for that. Yeah, it's coming along. We're 1.5 hours in already. Holy Christ. How did that happen? Taking in the research tables. Some of this going on here. So this is also one aspect that haven't really gotten into it yet, but research is something that I do want to rework at one point or another. I'll have some more updates for that once we kind of reach that stage, but it works, but I'm also not really I'm not content with it. So it's if anyone has ideas to how they would like research to be more complicated, or in general what they would see with research being done, I'm quite open to suggestions because I am looking at redoing it. If you have some cool ideas that, hey, you know, this game is doing it this way, maybe take some parts from that, or take a look at this and see how they're doing it and see if you can get some inspiration from here. That'd be quite cool. Research can be very simple and very complicated very quickly. I mean, I play personally a whole myriad of games. I do shooters, I do survival stuff. Eco, obviously, sent them here. But things like Rust, where there's a lot of PvP and combat element to unlocking more technology, versus say paradox titles and so on, where there's a lot of technology just gained over a large period of time progression and sort of time gating them. So there's a lot of different ways that you can approach it. Or you could do it similar to like Factorio, for instance, when there's where there's just a matter of the more stuff you have, the quicker you can research, so on and so forth. We got Spicy Tuna Roll. That is a fantastic name. Didn't mind the garbage thing that happened with it. It just seemed like a lot during the White Tiger. Yeah, I can apologize for the overzealous garbage use on Tiger, because that's on my end. I initiated that as it was only intended to be like one run, just to kind of see how people sort of you call it like ended up with, you know, how they adapted to the situation with a lot of garbage kind of accumulated based on crafting and production. And then once we updated between the versions, everyone was super thrilled of having it, and kind of like, where did the garbage go as soon as I opted it out? So we kind of kept cycling it back, and it's been a semi good experience, as well as a semi meme thing. The hidden trash item, I think that might just be a Alpen hidden trash item. I believe that might just be a an issue of like inventory overriding systems if you're spawning it yourself with admin commands. It might not necessarily be something that you should be able to hold in your inventory. It should be like a trash block or something. Zacky, I've suggested a fix for compost turning to garbage, but I don't know if it got changed yet. Could you elaborate a little bit on that? I think I know what you're talking about, but also not sure if I follow entirely. I do really like the idea that Zach said, like a community research center rather than an individual, kind of like needing all the modules for the laser would cause a work together. Yeah. Oh, okay, yeah. So basically the compostable item that wasn't compostable, so it made the block turn into garbage. The sort of composting slash trash garbage block has been kind of weird. Because I recall it was an issue with like threading and like cycling. So sometimes it just lost the thread and it turned it into a trash block instead, when it's supposed to turn it into a compost block. So it has a very unpredictable behavior, which is still the case, unfortunately. Pepsi, as for the garbage recipe for the blast furnace, I think it worked out all right. It's slow enough to not be... it's slow enough to cause an increase in pollution, but not slow enough to not be useful. I think it turned into a quite nice in-between. Right. Yeah. Zach, throw me a DM on Discord with it afterwards, or when you have time, and take a look at it. Yeah, I'm here. Sarah. Yeah. Thank you very much for the kind review and commentary there. We do try to keep a somewhat of a mix between all of it, where the whole crafting versus garbage versus plants and so on and so forth is involved in the tech progression and everything, and kind of like just a melting pot of a myriad of problems thrown at the player, and then they can resolve them without causing the planet to explode. It's amazing. Are there any plans for turning any items into garbage with a recipe rather than dropping everything individually? Yes, yes, and no is probably where I'd like to answer that. Sort of a mixed. Elma is just sitting on a cactus there. What I would like it to be is working slightly different than we have it right now. But I'll likely add in a recipe in vanilla as a placeholder more than anything for now. Just to kind of help with seeds to compost, food spoilage to compost. As we're turning it into garbage directly, that's another question, because unfortunately that gets very iffy very quickly, because you need to specify exactly what type of item is needed for the recipe. Alternatively, you add it as a tag, and then any item is potentially in the risk zone of getting destroyed because you place it in the incorrect inventory. So I think we might more be inclined to looking at something like a garbage crushing unit or something, kind of like the waste filter, where you hook a specific storage up, and then that's kind of like your trash inventory, and then it just grabs items from that specific inventory to turn into recyclable materials of different types, depending on what the input ingredient is classed as. So say you have like a chair, and you drop it in there, and it turns into like wood pulp or something, or like wood chips. Or you have a piece of electronic that turns into like a plastic scrap or something. Yeah, nice, thank you. I'll check in and reference that issue and see if what we're at in there, because we have an internal tracker I can take a look at. Yeah, light it all on fire and ruin the air. Well, that's kind of what we allowed to do with the garbage incineration on Tiger for a test run there. For people that aren't familiar with it, White Tiger being our super custom sort of managed server, where with a lot of specific government presets and rule sets and all kinds of good stuff. I use it as a sandbox for testing out new recipes and new kind of things to that eventually makes their way into the vanilla default experience. So Tiger is basically a vanilla plus kind of environment. It's a great place because it usually has a pretty high dependent populations that goes on for a long period of time through the cycle. And that allows me to better evaluate certain recipes and certain combinations that may have very different results depending on the activity of the server, and I prefer to balance things towards a high population and high activity server rather than specific unique small server cases, which might not be properly balanced then to servers that have a bit more higher population. Yeah, the garbage incineration was one of them, and I also added a bunch of recipes generally generated garbage, like all end game products did. So if you built an excavator, it generated garbage. If you built workstations, it generated garbage, and this garbage would accumulate up quite a significant amount, similar to tailings but less pollutant. So you could store them above ground and be more flexible and less restrictive with it. But they would take up space and they would have environmental impact. So we threw in a recipe to burn garbage in the blast furnaces, which would have a long cycle time, so they would generate quite a lot of air pollution while doing it, but it would allow you to get rid of the block. And that's sort of the mentality that we're looking at for when we do transition over and do a big pass on crafting UI and crafting utilities, because I want us to really have a good catch on utility, and all goods can have their own garbage type that they generate when you craft them, and this would then be recyclable in different ways, either through alternative means of production or outright like reprocessing plants and so on and so forth. Yeah, we are heading towards that, but it's still something that's, you know, post 10 that I try to avoid talking about it too much, because I know myself, I know people can get super excited and then realize that it's a long way until we reach that point. So do try to kind of contain the discussion towards what is coming in 10. And on that note, Mr. Chong, what is this industrial generator that I saw in the code stream? Well, I teased about it for a significant time in the White Tiger Discord channel, and they puzzled together and figured out what it was. And it is a new power generator. It is a new electrical generator that allows players to generate electricity as expected, but it is replacing the tech progression place of the combustion generator as is right now. So you have a good image of that here. No, can I do a good image of that here? Maybe I can sneak in this here, I think, maybe. So at the moment, in terms of power progression, you've got you have the windmill and you have the water wheel. That's kind of your introductory to mechanical power. That's kind of where you're at, the whole thing. Where are you at? There you are. Do that there. We do that, and then we just move the bookmarks. That. Screen share. And I can sneak in this and do display capture. There, and then we can that in. Drag that to the bottom, just make sure that we are still on the way. So, to answer the question, things there, the chat there. So mind you, this is a concept art for that generator, so some of the things here might be different, some of them might be changed out, and certain compositions. So this thing is really big. Like this is a really substantially sized asset. And this is intended to be kind of your late game. I imagine a manual generator. You have to run in a wheel. Yeah, hamster wheel for making power. That's physical power for you. No, so this is intended to be sort of your late game tech. Pollutant diesel / liquid fuel generator, and it is a high output. I've done quite a significant rework in terms of what devices are using a certain amount of power, so there's a lot of shakeup in terms of the power management. As for not the final design, no, this is the concept art that was made for it, so the model may look differently, and some things may not be where they're at right now. Some things might be turned around, but generally speaking, on a whole thing, it does kind of look like it. I've seen a rendition of the 3D version of it, and it's looking badass. Can't wait to show that off. So yeah, so this is what we were talking about with the industrial generator. There is an image link in the Discord somewhere embedded on it that we have. Go through that. It's quite something. It's definitely something, that's for sure. So in terms of progression wise, you've got the windmills, the water wheels, which will... How is that basic engineering coming along? Oh, we got tailoring flipped over here, and we've got basic engineering as well. Smelting is coming along quite nicely. That is not a bad progression at all. I wonder if we're gonna have... I'm presuming baking and cooking are gonna come in here eventually. Just to kind of be something that people can focus and just bulk create salads and some things to just give a nudge over campfire cooking to give some more points to really push the tech significantly. It is looking quite neat so far. And are we getting more people, or are we getting a bit more organized here? We've got some more claims set up. As people get more tech unlocks, we get more claim papers, and then they can organize themselves a little bit better. We are starting to see some factory assembly here with the mortar. Look at that. Done here, fighting hard, getting those mortared stone and mortar out, which I presume is going to be a good source of building materials coming out of this mine as they dig through and turn through the iron. Also a good way to get rid of the sand as they're processing through here. Look at this. This is looking quite nice. Getting that sorted inventory management going. And the shrine is looking like it's coming to a completion here, or is it going to continue down the path? Looking on inventory. Yeah, we're starting to see some pretty nice volume of outputs here. We're seeing some tallow as well to get some of the cooking skill scrolls going. Are we completely over to... He locked... Yeah, so he locked the property And then you have certain chests that has everyone in rather than the property itself. I guess that makes sense to make sure that he can organize and kind of get stuff the way he wanted set up. And this is looking like it is yet another factory of some sort taking place out in the jungle. Yeah, look at this. There is a carpentry plan here, that's for sure. Where will renewables fit in? Will they produce less power or need consumables to not generate free infinite power? It's a bit of both. For 10.0, I've reduced the renewables energy production. So instead of just... I was kind of caught in between either significantly increasing the cost of each generator, kind of warrant the power they're generating as it's complete 100% free energy once they're produced initially. So I opted for reducing it significantly, which means that they might be good enough to have a couple of lights, maybe a crafting table, on a couple of wind turbines, but you wouldn't want to use them to sustain large-scale production as you do today. Because they are a lot worse when it comes to that. You need a significant amount, and to run off the laser and shoot down the meteor, you're gonna need an industrial generator running at full time to kind of supply that volume of power that you're gonna be needing. As for how far along cutting edge cooking has gotten, that one is still a bit in limbo. We added ethanol and some minor stuff to it, but it's still a bit on the outskirts. It'll likely be something that comes under attention once we get out of some of the more basic features and functionalities that we want done first. But who knows? Maybe something pops in there every now and then. Seems like it's very hot here. Half of the people have removed their shirts as they're working in the mine, as well as pants. But we are seeing some pretty standard box factory setups. Sarah would wish something like a generator for mechanical. Well, I kind of trailed off. Apologize for that. With the industrial generator taking the place of the combustion generator, we are moving things sort of one step down all the way. So you've got the industrial generator being the late tier. You've got the combustion generator, which will now be using solid fuels. So it'll still take water in and out, but it will use solid fuel rather than liquid fuel, and it will be your intermediary first step into electrical power. And the steam engine, which has had that role before, has finally been moved and transitioned down into mechanical power. I'm currently looking at sort of what the fuel ranges and fuel consumptions costs for it is going to be at. Because it was a little bit too heavy on the fuel consumption. But I have also massively reduced the cost of charcoal. And I know that's going to be a huge game changer as well. So looking forward to seeing a dynamic between prioritizing wood to charcoal for fuel and utilitarian purposes versus coal to do the same thing. So there's a lot of changes and just an overarching balance and a mismatch there. But the for the mechanical power, you are gonna see a big change in windmill, and water wheel is gonna have a much smaller output of power. They'll basically only be viable for the initial stuff, so the sawmill, the Arastra, and the rocker box. And then you're gonna need a steam engine once you want to upgrade your mining operation. So that's gonna be your first, in terms of the server cycle, that's gonna be your first initial big pollutant introduction. You won't be able to do non-pollution based anymore. And then obviously the steam engine is going to chunk out quite a significant amount of energy for it, so I'm looking forward to seeing how the playtest is going to pan out. I'm also looking forward to seeing how much, how these changes are going to impact player progression in terms of how many people are involved, how many people are required now to kind of get to the same point. But also just the general time of the server, like how long is that industrial mechanical era lasting versus when is the industrial stuff being introduced. As it's very tricky to kind of balance that, because sure, I mean we can just grab a recipe and take like the research, and we can just chunk on, like, say, you know, it takes 10 minutes longer per paper, and then we know that we've extended the time it takes to research it by you know, 12 hours. But it's also something that we don't want to resort to. We'd rather have more reasons for players to keep investing the resources to improve their quality of life during that stage, rather than to opt to just go for more science and just skip certain steps. And that's why seeing some of these speedruns to see how people really get around some of those gaps, either through sheer brute force of more players, or if they're coming up with some super clever ways of just accumulating resources really quickly in comparison. Or just say, you know, let's not build a house, let's spend all those resources to doing some research instead. And then where would we go in and say, like, hey, you know, what do we want to add in content-wise to fill in this gap, to make it more interesting, to spend more time playing in this era, or spend more time just doing these types of activities. We're seeing some nice progression here. They're moving along quite nicely. Do we have any tailoring tables up yet? No Wainwright tables. Do we have some tailoring tables here? Nope, not yet. But I guess that once this factory out here is starting to churn through, we're gonna see a lot of... Oh yeah, holy moly. There's some carpentry here, that's for sure. look at that. They are churning out basic upgrade 1s, mincing out to basic upgrade 2s, and then we'll start seeing some real progressions. I saw on some servers we got Penguin. Thought of your research question. What if you added housing to research to get to different ages? You have to get a certain percent amount of get a percentage of house with said value. English, hard language. I saw on some servers the shops listed under people's tool tips. Is that vanilla? One at a time here. We've got the research thing to do stages wise. Yeah, I've had some thoughts on that as well, and that's kind of where I'm leaning towards. If we wanted to kind of redo research, so you have to have not necessarily housing value per se, but more towards like just like we've got the laboratory as one object, which is mainly related to culinary cooking, but like a dynamic between like 4 or 5 different crafting objects for the research, and then they would have higher room requirements per, and more just higher room requirements, higher tier requirements. So to do like modern era research, you would need like tier 3 rooms or tier 4 workshops and so on and so forth. Kind of have that requirement constantly staggering up, where you need more faculties to be able to keep researching higher tier things. And it's definitely an approach that we can look into. I do have some plans in that, and the reason why I think it's a good idea is that well, basically, yeah, not necessarily, but in that line, so you would constantly add and upgrade your research center, basically, and it could flex out and work the same way as, say, the mechanics and the industry, where you have modular table requirements. So you would need, say, a functioning laboratory in there to be able to craft certain amount of papers, or you could have another nondescript object that you would need to kind of research and do that thing. So you would have a higher requirements of these. You could have the research table itself could have low requirements, but then you would need other objects in there that would have high requirements, which means you would naturally replace the whole room because you would need to fit these other types of things in there. And on that example, that's kind of where my goal is going with heading towards sort of a final destination for crafting and housing development in general, is that each profession is sort of aimed to have at least 3 to 4 tables per profession, to make sure that you're always having these kind of workspace environments. You don't just have a cold, small boxed room with nothing in it except one table, because it looks really bland. It's a very rigid type of gameplay loop, interactions, and yeah, and I always really loved going into people's workshops and kind of poking around and seeing how they built things and how they've organized things on their property, because they can look really, really different. Some do like really Spartan style function over form, just a square tower and everything just kind of mashed into the corner, and then just like a small pathway to be able to move around it, or even jumping over the furniture to kind of move around them. And then some people do like really go out of their way. They'll have plenty of space. You can even drive between the objects, and they'll have garage doors and just like easy access everywhere, and it looks like a real workshop. And I think that's as a comparison in terms of like building restriction systems. If you look at some of the recent titles that's come out, like Valheim, for instance, where they're forcing the players to build logically, that somehow makes it kind of a bit aesthetically realistic, if you will, to kind of get the functionality you want. And it's a really clever way to go about superimposing restrictions in terms of objects and crafting, while still allowing the full creativity of the players to kind of play around with all of these things. And it's kind of in that corner that I want to stay. I do want to impose some of the restrictions and rule sets that, you know, we want to have certain objects confined by a certain material or a certain type of criteria, yet still be fluid enough to allow players to have their full creativity and build these really, really cool builds that still functions and 100% would work in on a live server, not just these creative, cool builds that they do on a private server, just spawning in material. It's kind of like sticking into that area. Yeah, that's a couple of topics that I'm kind of looking deeper into and seeing what we can come up with. That is some concerning guys. He is struggling very hard. What's your thought on energy storage, batteries, radioactive materials, nuclear havoc, iron mines, and so on? It's a really tricky question. Energy storage is it gets very convoluted very quickly, and I don't think that we'll see that level of involvement at the moment, because I do have some ideas to what we want to see with another upgrade of a power grid system and kind of utilities and so on and so forth, but it's all very, very speculative, so I don't want to break it into details because I'll unlock myself, make sure that no one gets any predetermined ideas and locks into that. I'll leave that a little bit as a fluid thing. We'll get back to it. We do have some ideas for it. But for liquid stuff, probably something that is more likely to get some attention in terms of storage and crafting involvement, where at the moment everything just runs on flow rate. So when you have a water pump into a lake, you'll get like one arbitrary volume of water every second, and then a machine uses like 0.3, 0.6 or whatnot. And as soon as the water stops flowing, it immediately stops crafting. That's something that we want to take a look at. So we're just kind of leaning towards like water towers and cisterns, and a way to kind of store liquids in a volume in objects and in the crafting stations. Our crafting station would collect a certain amount of liquid, because it would also solve some of our internal issues with like the waste filter issue, where you have water output where the clean water is coming out, but it can't cycle back into the same pipe system because it's overflowing and it's locked, and then it causes some Unity issues because of the loop creation there. And then obviously the animals are a big thing that we'll be looking at close to 10. Because they leave a little bit to wish. I think we're looking quite good. Don't have a lot more to go here. We're making some progress. They're pushing up farming. We're gonna see smelting soon. All the chats are still live for me, so I don't miss anything. As we got a constitution proposed to people to be able to arrange some laws and restrictions, and districts, I guess, to keep planning. We've got our first box here with a large volume of room, and there we have our capital. And then we're starting to see some carpentry tables. Clever use of ladders here to get around that issue. And they are just grinding down the trees here reliably, and I believe we are seeing some roads being made here. Yeah. Are we seeing a road plan? Yeah, here we go. That's the road plan for the older, as Lord Zack there was saying. Holy snap. Look at that. We've got a road over here. We've almost got cartable terrain all the way from a coal mine here. Look at this. This is quite nice. Into the blackness of the coal. Is quite nice. Yeah. Yeah, the wetlands is going to be looking quite substantially different. But that is some sneaky progress on the upscale. So we got, like, critical resources wise, we've got the wetlands there. I wonder how they're gonna deal with the copper. Are they gonna build a giant bridge on the north? And what on earth happened here? Did they just dig out the whole beach there? Like an anthill here, just like swooshing around and just gobbling up all the stone and dirt around. Looking quite neat. Dun, dun, dun. Oh yeah, true, Elmai. That is very true. They might have prepared an area for the water wheels. Depth here. Yeah, it's looking like that, ain't it? That's 2,800 watts of mechanical power. They require flowing water, but yeah, they don't work in an incorrect biome. So as long as you're digging these in out from the ocean biome, you're good. Since the restriction is only doing, well, yeah. So as long as they're in here, they might need to dig out 1 or 2 more tiles. But since they're not in the ocean biome, they're fine. And I'm presuming this pad here is preparation for the ore processing stockpiles. So on a complexity question, since I have all you fine people in here with me, the rocker box will be getting a power requirement in 10. But I'm also leaning towards adding a water requirement for it as well. Basically, it would need to be adjacent to water to function. And that'll kind of landlock you in terms of where you're processing the crushed material in towards concentrate. And then once you're moving over to the screening machine, for instance, since that's using a dry process, that's no longer landlocked per se. And then once you move over into tier 3, you've got the liquid via pipes. It was originally intended to kind of check in distance if there's liquid and then generate pollutant. They would do like polluted water splashing all over and just kind of like cause a large volume of water pollution. But the wet tailings were intended to fill that role, and they're currently still a placeholder until we kind of figure out what we want to do with water. Basically, it would check if a water block is behind it somewhere. We have that as a new requirement in the system upgrade for the occupancy. So the large shipyard, for instance, requires it. The medium shipyard has like these forward sliding beams that goes down into water. They have water placement requirements. So I can add that as a requirement for the rocker box as well. You would have like a block behind them that would have like a blue blocks that you would need to place adjacent to water. So for a beach line, you would place it like here somewhere, and then it would detect that it has water nearby. No, it would just be like it needs water nearby. Just to kind of simulate, you know, you could pour in real life when it comes to these kind of small screening machine devices. You can do like either running water, or you could use a bucket to fill them, or whatever really to have water running through them. Look at this casual fishing going on the side. Taking it easy, chilling out from the speedrun, and just rolling on. And then we have anthill here with a crazy amount of efficiency going downhill. And oh yeah, holy snap, look at this. We got a layer of iron here. And then that is going all the way down here. Finding some limestone. And that's going all the way down here to the second layer of iron ore. That is some efficient machinery going on here. Wonder if we're gonna see some elevators at all. I've always been kinda yeah. Zach, roads, are you referring to actual stone roads or just someone stomping roads? Alpen, will stockpiles have requirements for to not be floating without a floor? I have some ideas for that, not yet implemented, but it's a bit tricky with how the components work and how they're initialized, but yeah, it does bother me when you can have floating stockpiles. My initial thought is just like it disables the ability to pull in and out of the stockpile from a distance if they're not on solid ground. So you can still make like stockpile towers, but you can't send stuff in and out of a stockpile that isn't like on a solid ground, which it is if the stockpile below it is full. You have a bridge, a small 2-tile wide bridge from your coal. Mr. Chong, on dirt ramps, yeah. That is something I have in mind. We'll see when that makes it in there, but my idea for the dirt ramps is just get rid of the crafting item, just like chuck it out the bin, and then you would form them the way you would do any other kind of building, but you would be using the stomp tool to create dirt block forms. So you would select the preset form that you want to stomp, and then you would create it on that dirt block you're holding it, which would mean that you can't fly dirt. You would need to place dirt, which would reduce the flying dirt bridges because you would need to fill the entirety of the space, or you would need to pre-build another type. This is actually an issue of the fact that it is a world object. So this problem would potentially fix itself once we do that. Yeah, the stone ramps are... I'm leaning towards that same solution for those as well. But once again, it's stuff that currently isn't in 10 and probably won't make it into 10, but it is those kind of things are probably irking me the same amount as they're being painful to be using for players as well. So as we kind of move along and we start focusing more on some of these quality of life, fleshing out of certain mechanics and certain systems like the dirt, like the ramps in general, and some of those things, they're going to be more ironed out as we move through 2023. Looking pretty good. sneaking along. Will that make it impossible to make ramps in the desert if they turn back into sand? Yes. It will likely be the case. But we are also looking at the world gen of the desert in its entirety. Will update 10 launch within June. The stable fall like 10 release? No. We are trying to push out the White Tiger playtest as soon as possible though. That will... To keep track on that one, I advise you to just keep attention on the Discord for more direct information regarding progression on the 10 update. Oh, look at that. They are stockpiling an iron now. And we are looking... We have something here? Yeah, I think... Just seeing some more logistical setups now, I think, with some stores to make sure that things are going in the way they want them to go. Yeah, the spice must flow. The spice must flow, cannot stop the spice supply. Oh, look at this. The jungle is taking a toll from this. What jungle? The rainforest will be purged. Going quite nicely. Quite happy over seeing so many people are still just hammering away at it. I believe there's like... We've lost a couple, which is unavoidable. Guessing it's related to time zone and food and everything else that takes priority. Coal Central is up. I see a bridge over. That's done. We are seeing some more infrastructure being made in the rainforest. The whole rainforest woodworking factory is progressing quite crazily fast. And Williams, in charge of food dispensing, has reached Campfire Cooking 6. Which is crazy, amazing, but I keep it down here in the chair. Old growth rainforest trees at some point. Old growth rainforest trees. You're thinking like these huge... Well, I mean, in general, it's like a Aba version, if you will. I've seen a couple of like these really big trees that reminds you of the like old growth style, and some of them are Ceiba species, or like a variation of the Ceiba tree, kind of like these humongously things, and bamboo trees. Well, bamboo is another type of rainforest, though. But bamboo is also an interesting aspect. But I think I can poke... Oh yeah, maple trees. There's a lot of tree types that we probably would like to take a look at what makes sense to add You've seen we've got papayas as kind of they're not really a tree, but they're a fruit tree, but they're not really usable as palms. And we'd like to add more general fruit trees like that. So do post things that you'd like to see in terms of like crops and tree types and whatnot in the dev hangout. Because it is something that we are interested in kind of taking more of a closer look at, but it's also something that would be requiring a bit of time and development from our side. So we'd like to see some feedback and see if it's something that a lot of players would like to get in. And we can maybe prioritize it a little bit different if there is a large volume interest in getting some more of that. We have here, got the tree camp, we covered all that. The deforestation that's happening here now that people are starting to... We seeing some more vehicles yet? No. We have a single cart. This feels so crazy that people are doing things in this scale, and we don't have... We have a wheelbarrow yet? Nope, no wheelbarrows. Do we have... Let's do logging. Do we have a small cart? Nope. Oh yeah, there we go. There's one small cart in the world. Oh boy. Yeah, that poor jungle. Yeah, this jungle is gonna get... Oh yeah, true. That might be the cool thing. Yeah, I mean, Thomas, I'd agree with you, but they're not even doing that. Like you've got a stockpile here, and then you got a stockpile here. But like people are running with logs in their hands. There've been so many people that like the trail of ants with logs has just, you know, uniformly just exploded here. But I think they might have gotten a bit more out of it if they would just have like a couple of carts, like chuck down a cart here on top of the hill and then fill that cart and then just crazily roll it down the hill, pick it back up, and then just dump it back on top of the ground again. Just ignore the roads. Just like for local assembly or something. But hey, I am not involved in this. I'm just a casual observer being super impressed by the effort and energy put into this, so... looking quite nice. But on is still a bit misbehaving. It's gotten better, but it's still a bit janky, I can see. Quite busy bees. Plans to change how stockpiles work so you can transfer them between them as easily. Feature to reduce stockpile changing from mines. There is some some plans in regards to that, but it also has a lot of prerequisites for things like we don't want to change the behavior unless we have an alternative way for players to have an equal kind of quality of life way of dealing with it. That makes sense from a gameplay perspective. And until we have a good, slick way of allowing players to be able to transport more freely in that regards, we're likely not going to touch the way stockpiles work until we have an alternative solution for that. Because it's just one of those things where they need to be able to transport because of the bulk material. You don't want to just force people to run with a certain amount in your hand all over the place when they have been able to transfer like thousands of materials over a moderate distance. So there's a couple of things in there that we don't necessarily need to do it to change it out, but from a quality of life to the player, we have that sort of set on our end that we do not want to change it until we have that alternative way of dealing with it. When we do, it'll be looked after, but we'll, you know, you'll see such a change coming from a mile away in different streams or poster announcements or whichever source of information we might push it through. Yeah, I think it's been such an integral part of Eco for such a long time. It's not going to be an easy decision once that does happen. I wouldn't be too concerned with it as of right now. Look at this, just chopping away at those palm trees, making quick work of them. Well, yeah, Zach, I mean, you saw the latest patch notes with the someone came in on the server and like 9.7.13, I think it was, or if it was 12. If someone joined the server and had a single letter name, it broke repairs. And that is not the first time we've had like oddities happen due to either system upgrades or you know, oversights or over engineering things, and that's something that all development teams run into every now and then. Like I've seen some crazy patch notes from certain studios, and it's always impressive, even for me with the team we have. Oh yeah, that one is also fun. But it's always impressive to see when we have these really, really weird, obscure errors that no one really can figure out where the heck it's coming from, and then someone has this eureka moment and just realizes that, hey, this is why it's happening and this is what the problem is, and then just goes in, tracks it down, checks it, and verifies that, yeah, this is in fact the reason why it's breaking. And we can drop out like a crash fix or something where this specific unique 100 in a million event caused this certain cascade of errors, causing this final issue of like something exploding. And it's always impressive seeing that. And that's, like I said, it's something that game developers all over and just software developers in general shouldn't specify to game developers. It's something that happens on web applications or websites or any type of system that uses a humanly written code that a machine is supposed to be executing as. All programs are only as good as the people developing it, and if you run into snags, then you never know what the events can happen. And bugs are tricky, I think is a good summary of that. They can be really easy, and they can be really nasty. Can heal us. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome. Welcome to this craziness of woodworking industrial sector. Hello, Lark. Update on 10. If you haven't checked out the myriad of different streams that we've had, I would strongly recommend them. They're recorded on YouTube on our official Strange Loop Games channel. As for right now, we talked a little bit about some of the seeding changes and world gen stuff and the industrial generator that's coming as well. And I got a new plant coming as well that I'll talk about a little bit later. But we are looking pretty nice. If we open up the UI again here, let's have a look and check tech tree. If we made any progress. We've got farming is now unlocked. And we got smelting was already done, basic engineering done, and I believe we're probably gonna be stuck on that one. Fertilizer we're probably not gonna see. Paper milling we're not gonna see. Baking, cooking is a bit on-off. I think we're gonna see either one, just because to utilize the resources that are available on the map. No, yeah, yeah, Zach. I don't think the fertilizer is gonna be used that much for the farming per se. But I think wasn't there one of the research papers that was pretty okay in terms of resource cost, but then again someone would need to pick fertilizer and so on and so forth, and I haven't really dug into the spreadsheet there about what people were doing and what prioritization they were doing it, just because I wanted to kind of have a look-see. Gonna deal with that. Regarding custom images in 10, will modders be able to generate images on the fly without needing to go through the admin approval process for user-generated images? Any custom images or any custom textures that needs to be uploaded to the server will always have an approval process tied to them, assuming that the server has not disabled this, because you can disable and just allow anyone to upload anything, which is something that we left in there in case of, say, smaller community servers or you know, invite-only servers where they know they don't have to worry about people uploading weird content. But in regards to, say, icons for items and so on and so forth, modders will still have to do kind of the same thing as everyone else. What are we doing here? Map mods? I mean, in regards to like uploading, say, a giant texture of the entire map, or what are we talking about? I mean, for the oil, like the layers. Or you mean like the treasure map kind of thing where ah yeah, no, that I mean that it's kind of quasi client side mod, which is why it's a bit finicky. There's also a big security part of it where we don't want to upload, we don't want to allow like free upload of certain things that might result in wonky behavior. Same reason why we generally don't allow custom code to be loaded in and ran on the client without permission and so on and so forth. Oh, there we go. On the opposite end of the earth. So that, like yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, in theory, that shouldn't be a problem. Like, you would generate or output an image based on the layer to the array. And just print it and drop it in from the server perspective. Yeah, I mean, I think I follow what you're looking for. With the tricky part about the tooltip system in general is that it's like, if I open this up for optimization purposes, this tooltip is now cached locally on the client, and it only updates so often to avoid you from being able to calling it completely and just like calling it repeatedly over and over and over again to just flood the traffic and cause servers to kind of deteriorate quite quickly, because you have, say, 70 people searching for a certain store, or when they open up economy viewer, they fetch all of this data from all of the stores on the server, and depending on the server size, they can be quite substantially sized. But it would be interesting to have some like open the sense kind of deal, or because you do have the newsfeed that we are trying to keep approving on. That is, we're kind of cleaning out things that are necessary out of it, and so it's kind of just keeping relative things in there. So showing up like a store has been opened, the store has been closed, the store is now selling XYZ. There'll still be quite a lot of information. Oh, it's Elmai. Just relaxing. As you can see here. Just keeping an eye on the campfires to make sure they don't spread the fire and burn up all the chests with food in them. Well, on the approval process, you do have separate folders for approved textures and pending process. So if an image is uploaded directly into the correct folder, it should already be pre-approved from the server side of things. So if it is a mod, you could steer it to print those images into the correct folder, and that would automatically just work in game. But you'd still have the issue of like, how are you updating that texture? Or on what interval, because it can get quite heavy if you have, you know, say 50 or 100 boards where they're showing this big picture on like big canvas areas or a sign or whatever else, and then you upload the texture, and then all the caching is gone, and you have to reapply it and re-upload it to all the clients. Depending on the texture size and all of that, it can get quite heavy depending on the frequency. So say you update it every 5 minutes or 10 minutes. And that kind of goes into a big issue with optimization with mods, where mods might not consider some of the blowback potential for data transfer. That's just something to keep in mind. They should cache them on proximity. So when they load in, they should be loading in towards with the chunk. But I am not sure how they're unloading or when they're unloading, because I am not involved in some of the chunk optimization stuff. That is way above in terms of some of the technical details of the threading and memory management that I do not. I prefer to stay in my balance and design corner. Well, we're looking quite nice. We're ebbing out a little bit, I think. I think we're still having a quite high momentum. We're just... things are starting to ebb out in terms of needing more processed materials and the more specific ones. We are coming up on 2 hours and 52 minutes. So short under 3 hours. Probably do there. that, yeah. Just hide that for a bit, and then we'll do alt transition in there and mute my microphone for a little bit and do a bathroom break, and I will be back in a few minutes. Hello, hello, hello. We are back. Go. Talk about speed, getting distracted too often by shiny things. Yeah, there's... I mean... Oh yeah, look at that. We have a cart. I see a cart. There's a small cart in motion. And there's a herd of tortoises here. I mean, when we're zooming around here, and we have a quite significant progress, like these guys are doing absolute crazy level of work here. We've got, what, 6, 7 masonry tables. We've got like 9 carpentry tables, if that's even enough. They've dug down a massive amount of craziness here. I mean, we got like, what, 8 stockpiles of iron ore dug already. They keep digging down towards the limestone and everything else. You know, something to keep in mind is that there is a lot of people doing this. And it's not just, you know, a group of 2-3 people. It's, I don't know how many people they were here digging initially. 20? Go. 5, 10, 13. Still going at it. Yeah, they got 7 masonry tables. Twelve carpentry tables and 3 wainwright tables, plus 5 tailoring tables. That's a lot of resources that needs gathering to be able to keep those running. They put up a constitution for basic thing. So they have a basic election. I wonder what this isn't. Oh yeah, many people in here. Can we there we go. We've got this one where it's allowing Ed, L forward, Narky, and Waylon to just immediately execute things for anything that's using basic elections and all other actions, and then executive actions and district maps. Yeah, I'm not sure why it's 2 commas here. This one was odd. I don't know if it's trying to... if there is another name here that it's not showing. Press create. It is running on the latest stable released build, so 9.7.13. I wasn't sure if that was someone flying or if that was someone that just lost connection for a second, so he was flying on my client because he jumped as the last action. But we're looking pretty slick. We have some more. Oh yeah, look at that. We've got pottery starting to roll here. Basic research done. I'm presuming that we're gonna see some of the geology research here quickly. I'm presuming that we're gonna see pottery done within, you know, say 2-3 hours or something, and then just none. It's running on the latest stable, so just opt out of betas. You mean for the computer lab? Yes, sir. So they need to hit level 6 in all of their professions, essentially. But I'm also kind of assuming that they're gonna be shifting around apartments, so they'll do like residential, and someone gets like max level residential, they'll push through and produce a crap load of stuff to get their profession up really quickly. And then when they have that profession maxed out, they'll leave the house for someone else to do the same and kind of rotate around, just to get the housing and the skills up quickly. And I'm suspecting that we'll be seeing that for all of the advanced upgrades during the day tomorrow. Oh, look at this devastation. Oh my. This is a big chunk of... I mean, it's terrifying to see how much of the rainforest is still around, but it is a big chunk of it so far. These guys are kind of chilling out here. I need to take a stroll down there. Drop a marker. Let's do the hippie hollow. Grab some markers down here. Do that as a green thing. And we'll drop down one here where we're gonna see a lot of interesting things. All lands. That as dark yellow, just make it not point out. Yeah, Zach, it's running on the tiger-sized world, so it's 2.56 kilometers, so it's 5 times the size of, but kind of like your default map. And we've got Desert Mayhem. That right thing there, just so we can have some points to orient us towards. So if we speed up towards Hippie Hollow here, and we'll go faster than the speed of light, so we just transcend the loading of the world. And swoosh up a little bit so we don't scare them to death when we warp in here. See how these guys are doing. So these guys are seemingly on their own a little bit. And they're just chilling. I believe they had their own research table and were doing some minor stuff. And these guys seem to have... They got some basic engineering going. We've got some rocker boxes. So this is what I was talking about with the rocket boxes. I was thinking of having like a water requirement in front of them. You would have like the water pouring out into the lake or something. Splooshing around with the pollution. I like it. These animations are so nice. And just fits so nicely in with an uneven level of detail and complexity. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. But we'll see how far I push it with 10. You know, there's more updates coming after that. We got a research table and a carpentry table. But this is more in terms of what I would expect from, say, a smaller group or a middle-sized group that are playing around here. Nuclear power. Well, Josh, as mentioned prior here, we talked about the industrial generator and some of the power changes I've done to the middle game and the late game, where the steam engine is producing mechanical power, and you pretty much need a steam engine to be able to run the screening machine and the stamp mills. So you will be forced kind of to produce pollution in mid game and onward. And well, early game, depending on how fast you're up with the mechanics. which means that in today's episode of Eco here, you can see that these are pretty environmental friendly. These are just chugging along some stone pieces and some shaking around something with running on just a water wheel. But as soon as you want to move up to, there we go, ratify constitution passed. And as you can see, it has been only 3 hours since the game started and they managed to pass a constitution. Main reason for that is because the constitution had enough people voting on it to make sure it passed early. But on the power thing, so the stamp mills today can be ran with the water wheel or a windmill quite conveniently. Let's move towards the Desert Mayhem again. And that means that until almost tier 3, you can do mining and any mining and any extracting, and not to be confused with the actual concentrating, but the process of mining, crushing, and then screening it doesn't actually cause pollution. You do get tailings out of the concentrate that causes pollution, but the process itself doesn't cause pollution. And that's something that we really wanted to change because it has such a profound impact on the gameplay, as well as the kind of intermediate effects from early game to middle game to later cleaner energy progression. That at least I personally really wanted to kind of shake up and make sure that we have that pollution source throughout the game. And even if it's a somewhat stable curvature of gradually increasing pollution until you come up to like green tech. What is going on here? What is this? We have some sneaky river building here? Yeah, we've got some sneaky river building here. This is also a way to move water around to where you need it. Europe servers using comma and Americans using dot. That I mean that's kind of that's because of standardized systems not being completely standardized. I think is a good example on it. It depends on the installment and usage of keyboard determining factors. So if you got like an English or a European-based keyboard, or if you're using like US language selections, it will use the symbol appropriately depending on the region you're in. Oh, look at this. All the iron ore is starting to come out here when they're starting to prepare for the doomsday industrialization here. Yeah. Yes, Thomas says it should be client. But I know we've had some cases where there's certain tooltips and certain descriptions that are coming from the server side of things, and then it might be using the server language selection rather than the client. Could pollution have an effect on housing and cultural values to want to district polluting industries away from the rest of the game activities? I believe there is a currently non-released, like non-public released mod that does that, or if there even was one, where it you have one of the recent one being like housing score, or if it was food score, impacting like stomach and some other general stuff, and then you had pollution impacting housing value. I know I dabbled a little bit on it in terms of from a mod kit perspective, but I don't think I've seen one actually finalized and publicized. If it would be possible to do it, absolutely. Ooh, there was some iron ore just vanished. Here we go, now restaurant in the back end. Would be great to see more impact of pollution on the world in general. In my opinion, currently ground pollution only really affects local crop fertility, and that's about it. Yeah, there's a couple of design snags with pollution as is. One of them is that the pollution is reclining too fast. There's also something that I've been poking on a little bit, but I haven't really had more time to kind of delve into. As a request from Stahl EF, one of our moderators, as well as Dennis. And that's the temperature differential between when a world is over polluted to when it's starting to basically drown the world. So we want the pollution to kind of be more of a peak thing, where pollution is presented more of a continuous problem versus the flooding that happens way later. That's a permanent thing. So we want things like plants to die off before you see worlds being flooded, because it can go very quickly because it's not enough of a temperature gap or the pollution gap between those 2 points. So that's something I'll be looking a little bit on during Tiger playtest to see if we can't increase that throttle a bit and then adjust the pollution absorption values for the plants a little bit more to be less reliant on the static cap that we have. But there's a lot of kind of combined systems there that are in the process of being redesigned or reworked just to make them make more sense. As well as to make them behave a lot better with the rest of the environments. And oh god, there's a lot of trampling going on here and devastation of the ground layer. The part of it was a massive rework to plants, and I can't emphasize that enough. They've been significantly changed in their behavior. So while they look the same, they might look just more scarce. They are fundamentally behaving differently. You still have the same kind of fertilizer. You're planting them, you're harvesting them in the same fashion. But internally, they're working very differently. I can't rest knowing how much debris there is. Well, not too bad. I think they've done a moderate job at keeping it somewhat clean. Considering the amount of trees they've felled. I mean, they haven't attacked the stumps, but... Nope, I refuse to look. I mean, other than some stumps here and there. Yeah. Follow Zach's advice. You can always jump in on the server and help them clear them out. I don't know, I think they might be leaving the stumps intentionally to not have a bunch of small trees growing back. Just to be able to kind of keep progressing and finding more trees. But it is looking pretty rad. They're progressing quite nicely here, and as always, if there is some weird quality deterioration on the stream, just give me a nudge and I'll poke at it and see what's going on. Just as a kind of reminder, Dennis is usually the one that keeps a track on it, but he's on some well-deserved vacation right now. I got my partner here with the stream up, and it's looking like it's going all right. That would be lead game designer. So it's literally me poking holes at things and coming up with new ideas and drafts for how we want to change them, why we want to change them, in what manner we want to change them, and what the course of action should be. Mostly someone else dealing out the tasks to different people to assign them to who is actually working on what, but depending a little bit on what the task is, I'll just drop them in the lap of people that have that field of expertise. Like Rob, our amazing 2D artist, and does all the concept art. We've got Flo that does amazing 3D modeling. So those are the people that I go to whenever I have something that need to requisition new assets for. Oh yeah, look at that. Someone is slacking here with either fuel or ingredient resources, or someone's missing labor in. Although we are seeing a lot of food, but I know from personal experience that food is going to be gone as soon as someone starts adding new work orders. Farming up there. We got one poor little butcher. Got 3 masons. Glass workings, holy snap. That's snuck up on me. We got pottery going on, and we got glassworking coming on. Have you explored through mods that have been created for the game, and what's your general view on mods? I love mods, personally. I have my niche sort of preference that I like my mods to fit thematically with the game. In some way, shape, or form, or if there's a total conversion mod for something that changes out things to a complete technical differential. So if you're looking at like Minecraft, for instance, where you can have a full technical mod where everything is just industrialized, and you've got power lines and you have machining tools or vehicles or whatever else craziness, then as long as that mod pack consists of things that is cohesive to the theme of that mod, I have no problem with full conversions or whatever else like craziness. But I do prefer my mods to art-wise be of the same type. So you don't have like a really awesome, fully detailed racing car, and then the tractor they added to it was like a square. not my preferred choice. That said, I do know that there's a lot of mods, a lot of coders that does mods, and they're not really super artistical. I fully understand them because neither am I. So having like some rough shape or whatnot, so like doing low poly stuff, but keeping within that same theme is always quite nice, and that's why I like some of the mods for Eco that I've seen are amazingly fitting into it, either be it the 2D art for their icons for it or the actual models themselves. They fit nice with the glossiness or the metalness to them and the color palettes and all the things around the models themselves. We've seen a couple of really cool ones during our community streams. Some are in-house, some are complete custom, some are more known and more spread, like the EM mod packs, where they add a lot of functionality, a lot of fluidity to player choices, and just expands the game more. Is something that I always love to see personally. Now, will I play all of the mods that I see? Probably not. Mainly because it's a personal choice. Or a personal preference that, you know, I don't use big shovels, for instance, because for me they're very weird in terms of how I think of the game. Part of it might be that, you know, working on it and being so ingrained in the process of the thought process behind the vanilla experience. That said, I do understand why people love it. And that's also where we want to be with our mod kit. Like, we want to be able to provide the tools for people to create complete custom experiences if they want. Have you played a mod that made you think, oh snap, that should be in the main game anyway? Probably a whole heap load of them. But it's also very... it's a very, very wide question, because some may fit because they look nice and they expand certain options, but they might not fit because they're adding a layer of complexity that goes beyond what the general experience in vanilla is. But most of the time I run into mods that I would, you know, would go like, well, this is this is something that would really fit in vanilla. Is like the utility things for management and so on, like NID's toolbox, which is an absolute fantastic tool. We can't praise it enough. Kai's EM framework contains some super critical stuff that a lot of server admins are massively thankful to be able to have. And our own Thomas here in chat, I'm presuming he's still around here somewhere, did some spectacular work on some of the company stuff and the custom civic things for White Tiger initially, that sort of spread to the general public as well with his expanded civic mods. That fits really well because they're built in and intended to be part of the civic experience of the game. But mods are also tricky when it comes to that, because, you know, you can look at a mod and go like, shit, this should really be in the base game. But then you look at the code of that mod and go, to be able to add this to the base game, you would need to rewrite the mod completely to do the same thing, but from a base code perspective. And I believe that's a big misconception with mods on a whole, and this goes like beyond eco, just mods in general across the industry, where you could just grab a mod and just dump it in, but it could be super crude, super unoptimized, and potentially break a lot of other things because it's not cohesively built in the same way coding-wise as the rest of the project. So even though it might sound simple to just yoink it and plonk it back into the project, and bam, you have the mod, and all of that content is now available for the rest of the player base, it might in fact be weeks worth of rewriting and testing to make sure that it actually works. Depending on the complexity of the mod, of course. It's a difficult subject, but overall, I love mods. Even if I might not use all of them for all my games and only do like mod-specific games. It's a fantastic way for allowing players to express creativity, and also allows developers to see kind of what people are wanting and so on and so forth. Would not at least some modders be open to rewriting their mods to SLG standards if it meant that their ideas got out into the vanilla game? That's sort of the other flip side of the coin, because some modders might. There might be a couple of modders that would love to do that, and that's also part of why we have the dev tier program as is, so people can do this already. So modders that publish and interact with the modding community, they publish mods, chat up with Dennis and come up with kind of that, and get involved in with the dev tier system and so on and so forth. And if you have dev tier access, you have source code access, which means you have access to all like the general Wikipedia guidelines and restrictions, and kind of all the documentation for how to write the code and what the limitations are, and so on and so forth. Is in on a repository. Just scroll out. You should be able to see generally all people on the map. I just scroll them out to just not see the names. But yeah, so all our kind of statutory documentation and everything's in there. And then if someone does have a mod that they want to publish, they can write it in the base repository, and they can post it as a PR or a pull request on GitHub, and then have it being reviewed and gone over just like any other of our general work that goes into the base project. So that's something that's completely open for players to, or modders that have dev tier, to actually do. So that's something that they can do today. And we've seen a couple of things where some modders might have needed some of the functionalities expanded, or some variables exposed to being publicly accessible outside, to make what they're doing at the moment work for their specific mod needs. So that's something that, as long as there is a need for it, as a modder, just reach out to one of us here, and we try to accommodate you guys as much as possible. Yeah, Zach, that's actually a good idea. But I don't know if there's an easy way to do that. Since the meteor timer is on a server timer. So if the server kind of hicks up or needs a restart or whatnot, it's going to be offset. So what I think I'll do is for the next stream, I'll just sync them and have them running at the same time. I'll just have like a normal clock countdown on the hours. That's a good idea. And the massive stockpile of iron ore is being chomped, but nothing is really happening to it because they could keep refilling it. Now we're seeing some crushed iron ore for the first time here. We've got the first wet tailings coming out. Means we're making some pretty neat progression here. Smelting is done. Pottery is still static. Are we looking at... Yeah, we got the geology is almost done. And then it's those windmills and water wheels. Actually, we can head over there and talk about that for a bit. It's really cool to see a games company and all the devs be all for the modding community. Yeah, it's a weird industry because you have so much is very black and white, and then there's a giant gray layer, and then it's very dependent on the company, the policies, determining whether or not to be pro versus con on mods. Got a lot of tailoring tables here. Nuking away at the turning out, chunking out some plant fiber into a stockpile here and see what we can find. Just a bunch of wood. I think they're running a pretty tight ship where they have property claims based on who has access to what areas, so they can control the production, and then they have a bunch of people that have designated like fill these stockpiles. But on the modding thing, it's tricky because one, it's depending on the marketing model of the game, and if you're rolling out in towards like DLC content creation and so on and so forth. It's easier to deal with DLC/restrictions if you're not really that mod friendly, even if it's not by design, but it might just be like a security thing or an architectural decision where it is more convenient for them to deal in a certain manner that might be mod unfriendly. And it's also a very biased position based if it's a multiplayer game, is it a single player game, are you doing like a marketplace, workshop availability, and so on and so forth. So it's I think it's a very difficult decision for any developer towards how to approach it. It's also a lot of overhead if you have a dedicated mod kit such as the one we have now, to make sure that everything's always supported, everything's always working, and we're exposing everything correctly towards making sure that things are working server-wise. There's a lot of kind of architectural decisions that play deeply into the role of what is allowed to be done to the game. And like some games are super mod heavy, but may not exactly be mod friendly because they're sort of brute forcing the mods. You look at like Valheim, for instance, we've got like RimWorld and so on that uses Harmony that kind of just overwrites and injects stuff. Versus here where you have like dedicated modkit systems that does it for you, but helps having everything like on a server basis. Which is also why we don't have any client mods at the moment, partially due to these security reasons. So you can't do like custom UIs or anything that's kind of exceeding our auto-generated templating for the UI system. So you can call and say like this window should have a button, and then this button is what's being fetched. That is to like these tabs, for instance, where you have components, and these components are automatically generating these tabs in the object UI. So these are not like custom created things. These are just named and called, and then bam, you have a component. Yeah, absolutely. If you create your own component to do a certain thing, or, you know, a good example is Kai's flag mod, for instance, where you have a flag component and you click on it, and then that gives you like a drop-down menu of different flag options that you can select. So that's a custom component, and it just auto-generates based on what you're filling the array with. Thomas there, Mojang was very anti-modding for a long time, even go so far to obfuscate the Microsoft binary releases to make it as hard as possible. And now that's possibly the most modded game of all time. Yeah. Mojang was interesting. Minecraft has always been very, very weird in that sense, because they were extremely unfriendly to all things mods for a long time, and then they kind of accepted it, even though the fact that, similar to like Battlefield and DICE, made such a popularity splash because of their mods, and then they went like super anti-mod, just competitive, whatnot, and not gonna speculate too much on it because who knows what decisions went into what, so can't really say anything about that. But personally, from a gaming perspective, anytime a company kind of goes complete 180 to what made them popular seems like a weird decision to me. But, you know, that could be said for anything. If it's an ice cream flavor that switches out a recipe, yeah, people go ham over that, so, you know. Anywhere, anytime, things can get changed. Do you think the animals will get an updated AI in the future? Yes. When that future is, or to what degree, but they will get an update eventually. And as for what contains in that update, who knows, but it will likely be coupled in together with the animal husbandry update, since that kind of goes in the same ballpark. Look at that, they are out into the coastline here with the wood clearance. What are we looking at here? We got logging, and then we got carpentry. Yeah, holy snap. We got Narc on level 7 carpentry, which means we have basic upgrades 3s at least. Basic engineering. Yes, we got 3s at least. That means we're running on probably 40%. Oh, yeah, here we go. Now we're starting to get a bit of a building for the Constitution. And I'm guessing some laws here revolving. Plenty of logs to pick up and clean up. We're moving down in towards the desert mayhem again. We're seeing some roads being stomped. Got some housing here. We got butchery tables are starting to come online. Yeah, we're starting to see some steaks coming out here as well now. We're not seeing any more fancier meals. We got a jungle campfire salad, jarred fish, an impressive amount of fish. Someone has been going nuts on making sure that people are getting meats and proteins. And now we are seeing some Arastra fields jogging along here. We have some. Everything is locked down tight and securely. Someone even dragged some copper ore down here. Guessing in preparation for the mechanics. I wonder. Are we gonna see some? When are they? Here we go. Yeah, seems like someone is on the point here. Let's drop a mark here. I'm presuming that this is gonna be Copper Hill. Give it a little bit of an orange tint there, or maybe a turquoise actually. That's more of an accurate one. But over there, glitzy wise. That is our meteor. 2 days, 20 hours, and 18 minutes. Oh, is that the big flat area down there with the water wheels? Yeah, tech base. So I'm presuming that the first grid here is going to be the mechanics shop, and then the second one is going to be the industrial shop. And we got butchery, pottery storage. Yeah, we're starting to see some names for these properties as well. And then we got oil production. Guessing the claim is going to be the liquid pipe in for the oil refineries. And we got Narky with his lumber madness here. Copper Hill, yeah, here we go. There's some copper ore here. Is there an entrance up here, or where exactly did they start to excavate this copper from? We have a mine entrance here somewhere. Can we just sneak in here? Yeah, there we go. Oh, that is not bad. That is freaking jackpot. Like in here and then just diagonally straight down, and bam, they hit copper. That is quite nice. So the copper is done, then they just need to sort out the gold later. Pretty sweet. And they got the coal settled thanks to Zach and the crew. Plugging away, making sure that there's always coal available in those stockpiles to fetch. And there's no lack of coal here as of now. And that road is going all the way back. And it's too wide. And we're seeing some forest devastation on the bottom end here as well. Poor little jaguars skulking around. I think it's just a matter of finding a ton more iron and processing as we're getting more basic upgrade 3s. I guess they're being dispersed between the crafting stations in priority. And we're getting some clay stockpiling here. Oh yeah, so on the subject of change, is this a 72-hour stream? I don't think so. I think I am way too worn out from the week to be able to pull that off in an entertaining and reasonable fashion, unless you want to spend like 12 hours watching me hammer on and then the next 60 hours just me snoring in the chair. Is probably what would happen in that case. But just fell out of the chair. No, but we're I'll do gonna go like an hour post 9. So I don't know, maybe 10-15 minutes more ish. And then start one up in the morning. Do like a 12-hour progression thing. And do another one in the evening, so probably in the morning a couple of hours. And then in the evening coming back and then do the same thing for this Sunday as well. I mean, it depends a little bit on how far they've gotten and what we can kind of discuss and go over in terms of style, ingenuity, organization, and general progression. But we can touch on one kind of itty bitty thing here that I've been sneaking around here a little bit with the tailoring. And as people have seen and have noticed, some might have bulked it a little bit in the code stream when I when I merged the last one or posted it. Tailoring is a subject that is of a bit of a controversy in regards to like how useful it is. It falls off mid-game and you still kind of use it because you need nylon and some of the other stuff, but in a very small, insignificant volume compared to the rest of the resources. And it's kind of weird early on because everyone can harvest grass, and grass is the main culprit in this problem, for me at least. And that kind of spreads onto the other recipes, like the modules using grass and so on and so forth. Hello, Zach. Welcome back. So one thing that we were talking about and have been talking about for a while is what we wanted to do with grass to just nuke it out of orbit as being this super critical ingredient early on. And grass in regards to is... Oh, Ferngully, is he the one running around collecting all the plant fiber all over the place? Oh. Yeah. Yeah, no, so grass inherently is a bit wonky. Or plant fiber. So what we are doing with 10 is that we are replacing plant fiber as the main ingredient in crafting early tier cloth materials. Yeah, we'll get to that in a second here, Silver, but that's also a good point. Because there's a weird dynamic between everyone can harvest plant fiber. In the volume it requires, you have enough plant fiber because there's just, you know, you got grass all over the place. So there's no limit in terms of how much cloth you can create early on. And that's also something that I kind of wanted to address at the same time, because I want plant fiber to still have some sort of use, yet it's intended to be sort of a garbage, scrap, waste product, not a super critical, essential early game wonder piece. So what we are doing is introducing a new crop. And if I can find... Where did I lose it? There it is. That's the one, and that's the one. This, let me drag that in there. Open that. And there. There we go. This is... Where do we have OBS? Go. We can hide the game view, and then we'll sneak in a little bit here on the reveal here. We have a brand new crop that's coming in, and it's also using a brand new kind of wave shader system as well, so it looks a little bit more natural in terms of its movement. And it'll be a grassland crop, and similar to a bit of cotton, it is going to be a new money crop. So this will be something that can also be used for food. And the introduction of that crop is, like I said, coming in 10. Switch over to the game view here. And it's Flax. And with Flax comes a set of new crafting stations. You have a couple of new recipes. Yeah, Flax, F-L-A. It is used to create linen as fiber material. And it is also used, you mill the seeds and you can create flaxseed oil. And the flaxseed oil can be used as a contemporary fat ingredient, but it can also be used for in lumber production as an oil used to basically coat and protect lumber. Flax capacitors. So that's actually going to be one of another one in the pile of giant changes that people are going to have to kind of deal with. So flaxseed oil will be an ingredient used in lumber production. So you'll have a route for farming, gathering, as well as milling, because milling is going to be involved in there as well, to create a tier 2 material. And that's going to have its own kind of set of complications because, well, you know, milling is under advanced upgrades and kind of wonky to have that have tier 2 requirements from something that uses advanced upgrades. So I've switched down the mill, the basic stone mill, for milling to be a tier 1 appliance and a tier 1 profession, which also allows me to start looking at adding some of the milling ingredients in some of the campfire recipes. So some of the campfire recipes may have more dependencies outside of just campfire cooking, which will hopefully make it a little bit towards more of a reasonable, you'd rather prefer cooking, baking rather than campfire cooking because you still have the same kind of intricate dependencies to get reasonable food out of campfire cooking. Will you implement a complex system to prepare flax like in real life? It's kind of dumbed down because in real life you process the flax, it grows, you cut it down, and you kind of whack it around and scotch it to open up the fibers and make them pliable. You soak it in water and leave it there for like 2 weeks until it's like actually workable and not just breaking apart. And then it's like 4 more steps before you can kind of actually work it and weave it. So for a gameplay part, we've dumbed it down to like 3 steps. From harvest to pre-process to process. And then in towards the actual manufacturing sections of it. I'm hoping everyone's going to be happy with it. And like I said, it's a cash crop alternative for farmers as well. So it will be competing for land space with things like wheat and corn. It also has as well as sunflowers. It can be used as a contemporary fat, so it does have fat tag usage on it. But the lumber recipe has specifically flaxseed oil requirement. So there's going to be a bit of shake-up in 10 for a lot of people. I'm expecting that a lot of the calculators and all the general quality of life tools people have been using for shops and so on might get very out of date, and needing a proper rundown to make sure that they're up to date with the changes. We still have a couple, so still have a couple of big balance things that are coming in for that cloth change. It's a work in progress, but hopefully everything will be done by the time Tiger goes into playtest. So the recipes that will be on Tiger is going to be the ones going live, with exception of some of the custom ones that Tiger explicitly use, which will be, as always, listed in the Ecopedia in-game. The question, how big is the map for the speedrun? It is 2.56 kilometers. So it is quite a substantially bigger than your normal map. As it is using White Tiger's map generation. So we're on 1600 by 1600 tiles. We can probably sneak that in here as well. I was sneaking around with it a little bit in posting some pieces and bits and screens of it in the Discord. but we can. And of course, as always, some of these things that I am showing off is kind of intermittently here during the stream is work in progress, so some might not be completely representative to what they finally go up to be. So this is the initial run of a fiber scutching machine. Where you process the raw flax, or the flax stems, chucking it and bashing it, and then it's tearing through the needles, and out comes usable linen materials. And then the seeds goes through the milling process or a farmer's table, or the flax units themselves turns into more seeds and so on and so forth, similar to how you're wasting corn to turn them into seed to get more corn seeds. Flax will have a similar process. You're gonna get more seeds out of it to be sort of a game balance between if you wanted to get linen out of it or if you wanted to get seeds or seed oil out of it. And with the seed oil, I've also looked at other types of products. To get more kind of seed oil type products like cotton seed oil and so on and so forth. Linen is woven directly from harvested flax without an intermediary product. Yeah. But it is interdependent between different professions. So you have gathering that collects it, and then you need a farmer for replanting more of it, because it's not like a grass crop. So you need, like, it doesn't work like big stems or big blue stems, whichever order those words comes in. Big blue stems. So you have to replant them, which means you're gonna have to sacrifice a portion of that harvest to a farmer to make sure you get more seeds. And then you need to process it through, and I'm leaning towards having the gatherer do that, to turning them into like usable intermediary products, and then those products gets turned over to a tailor for further turning them into actually usable linen. And linen would be what's used for most of the early tier cloth tag usages today. So things like the windmills and so on and so forth can use the cloth tag instead. And then the linen would fall under that tag. So initially you'd have the fiber scutching machine that requires very little maintenance and very little energy input to get going, and kind of dealing into staying sort of basic between farming, gathering, and then tailoring comes into and kind of wraps up the finalized product, and then turning it into linen thread, linen fiber, and linen fabric, and then those would be usable across depending on the tag. But the critical part of that change is that it's being limited to a specific crop in a different biome. Linen is replacing the plant fiber completely. So plant fiber will only be, you know, like a waste burnable / mortar material. For now, at least. Plant fiber will probably resurface as a really usable product once we get around to animal husbandry for things like fodder and so on. But for now, it's kind of getting deprecated a little bit. We are looking pretty swell. We're seeing our first stockpile of wet tailings completed here, as we see some iron concentrate being churned out, and we got 2 bloomeries. I'm presuming that we might have... Someone is doing paper milling, just for the papers, I guess. Pottery is done. That is crazy. I'm guessing glassworking is going to be next for those advanced upgrades. And then we're likely going to see mechanics. What do we need for the mechanics? It's 10 advanced papers. And then it's the metallurgy advanced. That's 200 iron bars and 50 copper bars. 100 copper bars. And 50 copper bars, yeah. Yeah, that's why I was bringing it up. They are, the plant fiber is going to be deprecated and kind of thrown out the wind. Linen is going to be the replacement for it. And it's going to tie it into plants, which means you're going to be more dependent on actual farmers and gatherers earlier on, compared to right now where anyone can just grab a scythe and run out, and just the tailor himself can just run down and just mince it. How are they so quick? Well, for one, it is an anthill of people. And they're all working towards one cohesive goal, and there's no economy involved. So there is no one trying to make money out of someone else. It's, we need 20 basic upgrades. I need 200 hewn logs. And then someone comes and drops in 200 hewn logs. So it's a very commune style speedrun here. And that's to make sure that they actually make it in time, presumably. Secret hint: if you want plant fiber, go to the jungle and pick up the plants. Yeah, and that's kind of where we wanna move away from that, because cloth early on is in such a weird. Oh yeah, that too. They're whole heap load of them on Discord chatting with each other, making sure that everything's just running smoothly. But no, cloth is in such a weird way with the fact that anyone can harvest it, and the same thing goes for like chefs that just runs around and picks all the crops all over the place. Like they have no need for farmers, they have no need for gatherers within the first like 5 days, at least. Even if it takes a little bit longer to gather those plants and those crops, they can just spend that extra time and not buy them and just harvest them themselves. And that's a big chunk of what we want to kind of see change with 10. And to that goal, we've done some pretty significant changes in terms of the plant. Some pretty significant changes to the plant generation, the world gen, in terms of habitabilities, as well as now the seed changes. And so on and so forth. Zach, yeah, that's actually a good point to bring up here as well. You might wanna rethink that strategy when you get into 10. As I've swapped around a lot of the recipes in carpentry, and carpentry is more towards 3.9 carpentry, where it does mainly lumber and actual tier 2 related things, as a lot of the crafting tables have been either moved down to logging or no crafting, or laborless skill, or skillless labor. dirt ramp. People doing another coal pickup run. Yeah, no, settlements and just general property rights is gonna change a lot of that. So there's a lot of things that are changing in 10, and there's a lot of fundamental aspects of the gameplay that we've taken the opportunity to really shuffle around and be more in line with what our goals are. With it as well, because we're doing so much really big changes. So it's been an absolute blast working on it. But it is going to be a really big change for a lot of players in terms of how they're approaching certain paths of progression. As well as some dynamics in between certain professions have been changed. It's a bit mingled on both, actually, Zach. Because the general idea is to have... It's basically representing tourism a bit. Because if you're voting... if you made an image, or you've taken a picture and you posted a picture on and like have it up on a wall and somewhat, you have a negative penalty or like a negative modifier on that image from votes from your local town. So if you take a picture and then you have a bunch of your people just voting it and giving it like really high ratings, you could sell it to another town for like a high value price, because that cultural value will have an amplified benefit if it's not in your town, if that makes sense. So the more people from other towns voting on your stuff, the better for you. Versus if you're trying to just rig the system and have it voted locally, it won't give you as much comparatively. And on top of that, you're still gonna have some objects and some stuff that you can craft that gives you culture points or culture. To kind of keep you going and you deal with the fact that some expansion is necessary without the involvement of other players. But I think a lot of the culture system is going to be kind of polished and tweaked. I mean, yeah, you can come and give, you know, set up a law and give them, anytime you add the reputation or rate a picture for each point, pay them, you know, 100 otter coins or something. You can definitely do some shenanigans there. And then, of course, that thing scales. So the cultural points of a town will transfer over to a country that it's consistent of, and the cultural points of the total town or the total country can transition over into the federation as well. So eating up bigger towns and bigger countries is going to be vastly beneficial because you can expand so much quicker. But it's, you know, at the core level is that be nice to your neighbors, collaborate with your neighbors, even if they're a rival town. You still want to have some sort of communication with them and some sort of trade transactions going on with them. Class working is going all right. Guessing we're not gonna see... We're gonna see mechanics probably midday tomorrow or something, unless they really churn on during the night here. Because there's a lot of bricks needing to be manufactured, even though they have a ton of stockpiled materials. They still need to build all those buildings, get everything up. So I don't know what do we have here. We got that research lab going. Yeah. But yeah, no, we got a lot of cool things going in 10. Substantially much more than what we originally intended. And I'm gonna, as we have some issues with some civic bugs and some other things that needs more polish to be working more fluidly and securely, I can sneak in with some general like balance and just content additions just to give it a bit more flair, and I think everyone's just gonna enjoy it quite a lot. We are looking quite nice, and I think there's still a ton of people, and they're buzzing around, and it feels like I'm not seeing any people, but they are running around here every now and then, so maybe it's just some cave dwellers here as they're digging down giant stockpiles worth of stone and ore. How many people are hiding down here? Oh yeah, look at this. It is so quickly, so fast and efficient, it's terrifying. Limestone, I'm guessing, is going to come into good use once we reach steel manufacturing. How are we looking in skills now? We've got... one smelter going, 6, 10, 11 miners, 3 masons. Dark enough to need a torch. It depends a little bit on settings. It's also brightness thing. We did increase it a little bit because there is a couple of things here that we wanted equipment wise to allow players to be able to deal with some of the darkness before we kind of reintroduce a darker environment. Some people were struggling really badly with the blackness that we introduced and tested out in one of the 9 updates. And here we go. We've got the meteor in 2 days, 19 hours and 42 minutes. Looking pretty neat. There we have another tree that just gets vandalized. It's a coal mine, isn't it supposed to be terrible? It's just a black hole with burnable material in it. Anything in particular that was bad with the coal mines? Doesn't seem like someone has dug anything here. Oh, visibly. Yeah. Yeah, they I mean they're still they're a lot better, but yeah, they were pretty dark. Crushed coal still has a dependency I am waiting to get done before I introduce it as vanilla. It's not gonna happen for 10 because I'm waiting for another terrain block. And there just hasn't been capacity for art to do that. especially not when I when I kind of dropped the Flax stuff in their lap. So we'll see how fast after 10 that might be a case. Holy snap, I am getting way too tired. We'll keep running for another 5 minutes, and then we're probably gonna wrap up for the night. Yeah, so to kind of keep a short story short, I want crushed coal because I want coal to be an involved process with mining. But I also don't want to remove the quality of life upgrade people have right now when they're doing like campfire cooking or whatever they're burning material with. Going from logs to something else as an intermediary upgrade step without having to rely on like 3 other professions is something that kind of have as a mandatory kind of involvement. And one of the things that I wanted to introduce was a new terrain block layer for the wetlands. So instead of just the whole thing being like dirt, coal, and then shale, I want to introduce peat. So peat blocks would be, you know, shovel-based material that would only be scarcely available inside sporadic small pockets in grassland. But it would be a deep layer inside wetlands. Who is peat? And until I get that asset done and we have that available, so I can replace some of that coal, which will do, it'll do a couple of things with general thing. It's one, it will introduce, it'll alienate coal as this super early critical resource because you're gonna have to pre-process it. Second one, it's gonna reduce the infinite amount of coal that is in wetlands by a significant portion as well, because it'll be replaced with peat. So it'll be more scarce, and it'll also add more general resources to kind of manage and tinker around with. Oh, there's another giant pile of clay stockpile. General CO2 impact on fuels is something that I'll look at eventually, because right now you have no differential in depending on the fuel you're burning, because the CO2 rates are set by machine type. So, you know, like the blast furnace is emitting 4.6 ppm per hour, and steam truck is emitting 0.03 ppm per hour or something. It doesn't matter if I'm burning arrows, planks, coal, or, you know, paper in the steam truck. It's always going to be burning the same. It's always going to emit the same amount of ppm, based on the duration and nothing else. So that's something that I also want to change in the future. But it's still kind of speculative towards what we want it to be, but I would like it to end up in a place where it would be dynamically based on the fuel pollution source rather than not. That way we could do like gasoline being more pollutant heavy than biodiesel, for instance. Or as Alpen here pointed out, that, you know, it could be more pollutant to burn peat than charcoal, for instance, and so on and so forth. As for new animals in V10, no. We have some ideas, we have some stuff cooked up, but it'll probably be all new animal types will probably wait until the animal husbandry. Simply because we need to make such a huge upgrade to the animal behavior themselves. So it makes no sense to introduce new animals that are not working the way we want them to be working. So that'll be a post 10 cool other big update. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's looking pretty good. People have gotten quite far so far. The mining base is taking shape. We are seeing more and more stockpiles. We're seeing more logistics here. They're churning through iron ore like crazy. I'm guessing we have some. We're seeing some iron being deposited somewhere. Is this our first? Yes, we got glassworks here. And we're seeing some sand being collected in favor of that. Are we seeing some iron bars somewhere? I'm not seeing any. Even have some road. That's impressive. Maybe. I think they might be going towards. Yeah, here we go. An easy way to kind of get tools and get upgrades going. Cosmetic DLC stuff. I'll leave that as who knows, maybe. More clothing and everything might be a lot easier now that we've upgraded our avatar. So we'll see what happens with that in the future. And yeah, I think we'll probably start wrapping this up here. We've been going on here for 4.5 hours on the regular one, and I'll make sure to see if I can't get a timer on it. Yeah. So I'll be streaming probably a bit in the morning. We'll see how long, and then I'll be streaming in the afternoon as well, and then the same thing for Sunday as well. So we'll do like 2 checkups tomorrow, and then we'll see how the situation goes on the evening and how far along they are, because if they're getting close to, presumably if they're getting close to like finalizing and getting stuff pushed out as crazily efficient by the end of tomorrow, then I'll probably be streaming on for a lot longer if they're getting kind of laser adjacent. But if they're way off by the end of tomorrow, I'll hop in on the morning and see where we're at. And then kind of just like check off and see how things are going. So yeah, anyone tuning in late, sorry for kind of catching you on the way out. We've got the mining base here. And then over here in this, you'd think that it's just not rendering in properly, but this is all freaking devastated jungle. Or devastated rainforest. It's not a freaking single tree here going on here. This thing is going on like crazy here. So this is the wood manufacturing and carpentry base. Pretty neat. People have been super efficient at cutting down all these trees and just getting these things set up. So these are churning out basic upgrades. And some poor person is running around gathering all the plant fiber for it. And then we can sneak off here to to the copper hill, which is not really that necessary at the moment because copper is only really getting attention up towards the mechanics. So I'm presuming that we're gonna see some crazy amount of terraforming here with some roads and things going on. Yeah, mechanics will be released in the next hour, maybe 30 minutes. So that means you're gonna start to need a lot more copper. Anna, where? Yeah, I was just about to say, I mean, you're gonna need... You have a... Oh, right, you dug... Did you dig straight through the mountain? Where is this road going here? Here we go, yeah. Oh yeah, look at that. So we have a bit of a road going in here straight into the copper deposit here. That is some efficiency going. I almost missed that little sneaky road because of all the trees there. That road goes here. It goes out there, and then it's passable over on this cliff here, all the way over to the coal. Yeah, I'm guessing just like straight down, digging some of these blocks out, just straight down into the wetlands, and then just go straight up. Even with just some ramps and some stamping, probably pretty quick to do. Looking pretty neat. And then we have Hippie Hollow, which is a separate group that's kind of just chilling out and doing their own thing in their own pace. World loads in here. They've got some food going. They're even planting some beets. Terraforming a bit, just having their own little casual lakeside avenue here, and some minor production going, and digging in here. We have some path down here, limestone, and this was some intricate set of tunnels here. Into more limestone, and then down into more limestone. Yeah, that is the progression we're looking at right now. We've got some stuff out in the grassland as well, but it's nothing really built other than like a shop for some raw materials and some raw crops being collected. I believe there's some hunting running around and just collecting carcasses over there. So that is our general summary for the end of this first stream of this 72-hour speedrun. And I'll catch you all tomorrow, hopefully. I will definitely be here, and hopefully we can see some nice improvements and some cool efficient building and more of this crazy progress here. As we got feathering done, butchery done, smelting. Yeah, mechanics is just chugging along here. Advanced research is in. So it's the engineering papers and the metallurgy papers. But they are doing some pretty quick work here. Yeah, hopefully we can see some steam trucks in the morning, maybe. Wouldn't surprise me if we see some mechanics shop built and some steam trucks out and other cool things. Anyway, I will take my leave here and hopping out. So everyone, once again, thank you for joining me. And if you tune in tomorrow, I'll post something in the news and just drop down times. I still haven't really decided on exactly when in the morning I'll start streaming, but I'll do an announcement on the Eco official Discord news channel. You can catch it there. And once again, thank you, and see you next time.